Really?
You
Now,
are
this
why
say
a around internet muckraker who hosts the Trigonometry podcast. A few years ago, he hosted me on his podcast to discuss my work on Bitcoin. A few weeks ago, him and I got into a cordial conversation on Twitter on the Israeli Palestinian conflict. Believe it or not, such a thing is possible. And I
Is it?
asked him to host him to discuss this in more detail on my podcast, and he graciously agreed. So, Konstantin, thanks so much for joining.
my pleasure. Good to be with you.
All right. So, in general, I wanted to discuss the tweet that you mentioned, but in general, I think there is an interesting conversation to be had about the discourse around the Palestinian Israeli conflict. And I think you offer a good perspective of how a lot of people in the West look at this conflict and how they view it. And I thought it might be good to give you the perspective of somebody who's actually from there. I grew up in Ramallah. I grew up under Israeli occupation, and so
I can already tell this guy's gonna be biased as fuck.
I have a slightly different perspective from the one that you're probably more familiar with. So I'd say, let me just begin with a general question. From looking at your tweets and your discussions of this topic, it's pretty clear that you are a Zionist. You would identify as a Zionist. So I guess my first
I raised my case. I look at the look, look at the guy's face. Like, bitch, are you real? Are you serious?
question would be, why are you a Zionist?
Well, I don't know how you reach that conclusion. I suppose it depends on what you mean by Zionist.
Yeah, well, for me, a Zionist is somebody who believes that there should be a state, a Jewish state in Palestine.
Okay. So I don't know if you maybe want to bring our audience up to speed in terms of the conversation we had on Twitter. I think one of the things I've always been very keen to emphasize is that um, anything I think or say about it, and I really haven't said very much about this issue in public at all, is coming from a place of not really being an expert and not really knowing about the history of it. That's not to say I don't know about the history of it, but when I speak about it in public, I'm really talking from a trying to think through from first principles what people are saying about it now, right? So, in terms of me being or not being a Zionist, I actually don't know that that is my position. This gets me into hot water with a lot of people. I don't know that I believe there should be a Jewish state in Palestine. Um, should is an interesting word. I mean, I think the even people, I've yet to hear an argument about the creation of the state of Israel that makes me 100% convinced that it was all clean and white and pure in every way, and there's nothing wrong there, right? So then again, there'll be people who don't like me saying that, but that is the perspectives I've been exposed to. So it's messy. However, there is a state of Israel now. It is home to about 10 million people. And so, unless we are prepared to see those people be deported or killed, then currently I believe that that state should continue to exist, because just like in any other situation anywhere else in the world, we don't go back 70, 80 years and go, actually, let's redraw this map. When Vladimir Putin tried to do it, we're all against it, right? Even though he has, but it was where Adolf Hitler was doing too. So the claim that we should go back 70 years and redo the borders of the country because the way it was created wasn't quite right, I don't find particularly persuasive. But in terms of the conversation you and I were having, it was much more about, I think it was about October 7th and who should have done what and how people should have responded. And that's really where, for me at least, the focus is. So, no, I have never described myself as a Zionist, and I don't know that I would fit your definition of what a Zionist is either.
Okay, well, let me just say that I think this is a good place to point out one important misunderstanding, which is that if you say that you're not a Zionist or that you oppose Zionists, it doesn't mean that you want the Jews who are in Palestine to leave or to die. There are 10 million citizens of the state of Israel, but there are about 15 million people who live in the state of Palestine between the river and the sea. And on that land, about 7.5 million are Jewish and 7.5 are not. So they're all under Israeli sovereignty. They're all under Israeli control, whether it's in Gaza or the West Bank or Israeli citizens. And so within Israel's citizens, there's 2.5 million that are not Jewish. And so there's 7.5 million who are Jewish and 7.5 who are not. So it's half the population that is Jewish. And so it's, I think, far more accurate to say that being a Zionist means you want to kill and deport the 7.5 million people who are not Jewish, than it is to say that being an anti-Zionist means that you want to deport and kill the Jews who
Okay,
live.
well, by that definition, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would really quibble even much more than I already have with your description of me as a Zionist. I certainly don't want to deport or kill people who are not Jews in that area. Why would you say that about me?
No, I'm not saying that about you, but I would say
Yes, you are. You were saying that about you because you described him as a Zionist, and then you gave your description as a Zionist. He's already. These people are not serious people, dude. And I don't mean this guy. I mean this guy right there. Right? That guy is not serious.
this is what the Zionist project has been, and this has been the case from the 1920s. It was very clear to Zionist leaders that, initially the understanding in Europe for people who had never been to Palestine was that this is a land with no people, which we should take because we are a people with no land. And then once people started moving there, they realized, well, that's not accurate. Famously, one member, I think it was of the Zionist organization, traveled to Palestine, and he wrote back saying, the bride is already married. There are people already here. That our plan doesn't make sense. And then in the 1920s, it became very clear to a lot of these leaders that there needs to be something done about these people. And either we're going to have to fight them, or we're going to have to kick them out, or we're going to have to convince their neighbors to take them. And that's been essentially the driver of the conflict from day one. The driver of the conflict is the fact that when the Zionist project really got off the ground, and that's thanks to you, British people, 1917, Lord Balfour gave the Balfour Declaration to Lord Rothschild because Britain was broke in World War I and they needed money, and they wanted the Americans to come in, and so they wanted to in order to entice the Americans to come in, they thought they could entice the Zionists in America by offering Palestine. And so at that point, about 3 to 5% of the population of Palestine was actually Jewish. And, there'd always been a Jewish population in Palestine since the Muslim conquest of Palestine in 637. So when the Romans took over, they expelled the Jews. When the Muslims kicked out the Roman leadership, they did not kick out the native population. This is a common misconception. It's not like Arabs came from Arabia and kicked out the people who were in Palestine. The people who were in Palestine stayed there. They were mostly Christian at that time. The Muslims let the Jews come back, and they were able to live in Palestine from 637 up until 1947 and 1948. And during that time, they could own property and they could live there. So there was never an issue of we need to get rid of the Jews or we need to get rid of other people. There was always understood that Muslims, Christians, and Jews had lived in that land, and they all had their property rights. And under the Turkish system, there was something called the millet system, where every group had its own civil law determined by its own religion and its own religious authorities. So you can see why that would be a problem, why people like me might not be too excited about the idea that a 5% minority in your country, which is, I guess, probably around the same, I'm not sure about the numbers, but I guess this is about the percentage of Muslims in Britain at this point. Maybe 5% of Britain is Muslim. So imagine how it would feel like if somebody said, yeah, let's make Britain into a national homeland for Muslims, and now we're going to start encouraging Muslim migration into Britain, and also we're going to take over land from people who are not Muslim and build institutions of the state that are geared toward making all this land owned by Muslims, and then we're going to get rid of all the rest of the population. So what I'm saying is that the problem with the support for Israel as the default position, and that this will get us into your tweet and our discussion, is that it just ignores all of that stuff and ignores the role that the Western powers have had in enforcing this and in making this really come about, and then likes to pretend that history starts always at the point when any Palestinian fights back, and then that's portrayed as just a completely crazy, insane, violent, unjustified, monstrous, barbaric act that justifies any kind of response. And I think this is really what it comes down to. So if you look at your tweet, which started this discussion, you're saying, the thing very few people will openly say is that once you become a parent, if someone kidnaps your child and holds them for months on end in captivity, and you give exactly 0 Fs about how exactly they're returned, and the more of her captors are killed, the happier you'd be. That is a pretty brave defense of Hamas, I would say, on October 7th.
No, that's a funny point, except that's not what Hamas did. And this is, I think, the crucial distinction that never gets picked up in any of these conversations. So first of all, the history, I come back to my point originally, which is you are undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the history of that region. And I'm not really interested in going over that because, as I say right up front, it's not something that I know about. So I'm talking about conversations from first principles. Now, if we're talking from first principles, I still want to come back to this idea that you introduced me as someone from whose public discussions it is clear that I'm a Zionist, and then you define Zionism as being willing to deport and murder people, which I'm not offended, but I don't think that's an accurate representation of my beliefs. So I think that's an important thing for me to maybe just point out. But in terms of your quip that it's a great defense of Hamas, I actually have said repeatedly that I thought that if October 7th was a Hamas attack on Israeli military installations and border patrols and an attempt to attack the IDF, for example, I don't think the world would have responded the way that the world has, and I don't think the Israelis would have responded the way they have. And I certainly wouldn't see what happened on October 7th as what it was, which is a horrific terrorist attack. I would see it, as you described it, perhaps as an act of resistance. But slaughtering 1,000 civilians at least, raping women, and if you compare, I mean, I don't know how many thousand people died on 9/11. I think it was about 2,000, right? What happened to Israel, and we should probably look it up to get the exact
Tell me of your travels.
per capita comparison right. But it was like having a 9/11 happen in a large number of American cities all at once, right? Innocent people being targeted and murdered by terrorists. I think it's perfectly understandable that, and taken hostages, by the way, I think it's perfectly understandable that people who are the victims of that kind of atrocity targeted specifically at civilians, as we saw in the United States case, which reacted in ways that I didn't necessarily approve of, like the war in Iraq. Nonetheless, you would expect a country that was attacked in this way, you would expect people who are civilians who were attacked in this way to respond in ways that are going to be very harsh, and that I think is why what's happening is happening. I didn't see the attacks on October 7th as an attempt to get back Palestinian hostages from Israeli jails. That didn't seem to me to be what was happening, and so I don't think the comparison works.
Well, so a few problems. First of all, just in general, and this is something that many Palestinians and Israelis do, which is the suffering per capita ratio, which I find it abhorrent, because I think you don't become less of a human being because you're American and there's 300 million Americans, whereas if you're Palestinian and there's only 10 million Palestinians, then one dead Palestinian is worth 30 dead
Yeah, but it's a pretty reasonable point that I'm making. I mean, if you think about, let's say you have let's say, I don't know if you have kids. I have one son, right? If my son was to die in a tragic accident, that at the level of my family, that is a disaster and a horrific thing to happen. At the level of Britain, no one gives a shit, right? So the comparative point is not that one person's life doesn't matter or matters more or whatever. The comparative point is, if you want to understand the psychological impact of a terrorist atrocity, you have to understand the scale of that atrocity relative to the population of the country. If 100 people were killed in a terrorist attack in London, as has happened, that is not the same as 100 people being killed in my town, right? At the level of my town, that analysis would be a huge, overwhelming event, whereas if it happened in London, it would be awful, very sad, but it's not nearly the same thing. So I think that's a fair point, Ed.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm saying that because not because I'm trying to minimize any kind of targeting of civilians. I think they're all tragedies, and any civilian death is something that I do not accept and I do not think is legitimate. However, I'll say I think well, I don't think this is a fact. The first thing that Hamas did after the October 7 is say that we are offering those hostages in exchange for releasing Palestinian prisoners. And in fact, one of their military squadrons had actually attempted to get into Ashkelon to free prisoners from a prison, but they couldn't get there. So this was exactly about freeing prisoners.
No, no. Sorry. Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is again a false equivalence, right? If you kidnap my wife and you hold her in your house, and I come and rescue her from your house, and I happen to kill you in the process, I've got no problem with that, right? If you kidnap my wife in order to get something from me, that's a completely different situation, right? So the idea that they took completely innocent people hostage, having murdered 1,000 people and raped people on the way, in order to free the Palestinian prisoners, is not an appropriate equivalence at all. October 7th was a terrorist attack whose purpose, first and foremost, was to massacre civilians and to terrorize the Israelis. It wasn't about rescuing people, and even if it was done in a way that I consider to be completely illegitimate.
Yeah, well, this is so. First of all, let me just clarify. I obviously disagree with any targeting of civilians, but I think this is one of those things where the initial hysteria, and this is very similar to COVID. You know, when COVID first happened, people were completely freaked out, and then people have just been conditioned by that fear that media puts into you when, you know, you see people falling in China, and then everybody got freaked out for years from COVID because they saw that video of that guy falling in China, and they saw that World Health Organization Muppet saying that the R0 is 7 or whatever at that point. And so then that fear gets in, and then the rational brain shuts off, and then the animal brain is just thinking about fight or flight.
In terms of what I've said, where would you identify my rational brain shutting off?
First of all, there's all of the evidence that has been presented for the idea that there has been any kind of rape has all been shown to be presented by people who are complete liars.
Like the UN?
Yes, the UN has...
The UN are complete liars about the rape.
No, the UN published a report in which they looked at a bunch of people and a bunch of sources, and these sources and the people who were behind it, they've gone behind them and they've seen that it's all garbage. Every single person who's behind this. So there's this organization called Zakat, which is a bunch of first responders. They're responsible for a lot of the horror stories, and all of these horror stories turned out to be false, and the people behind them turned out to be complete liars, and it was all about exaggerating this. So first of all, there was
just for clarity, how many?
Yeah, getting there.
How many people do you think were raped on October 7th?
Approximately 0. Approximately.
Nobody was raped.
Pretty much, yeah. That would
be pretty much the first time ever in the history of war that thousands of men invaded a different territory, slaughtering civilians, taking female hostages, and none of them. That's literally never happened in human history.
Well,
these Hamas fighters that were so moral and pure, they didn't touch any women.
Well, two things to keep in mind. First of all, you'd have any kind of evidence of it, that you'd have some kind of substantive evidence for it, other than all of these proven liars who are just repeating stories that are clearly lying. There's the story about somebody cutting off a tit and throwing it and playing with the tit.
But that isn't what I said. I didn't say anything about tit.
Hang on. You've been interrupting me. Let me finish. Then there was the story of
we're getting stuck on points where I think it's
because you're lying.
We're getting stuck because you won't let me finish and get.
He's not stuck on point. He's literally just straight up lying and making shit up in his own head to give a tribute to you, dude. These people are not serious people, all right? They're not arguing with what you're saying. They're arguing with what they've concocted up in their drug-addled little brain. Like, he has to be on drugs, right? How the fuck?
First of all, the key thing to keep in mind is that the point for Hamas and the win there was not to go and rape and murder. The point was to get as many hostages as they could possibly get. And yes, I agree with you that it's not okay to take civilians as hostages. However, I don't see you objecting to the 9,000 Palestinian civilians that are in Israeli jails, and I don't see you...
I object to anyone who is innocent of crimes, which many of those people you're talking about are not. Many of them stabbed people, killed people.
And yet thousands of them haven't been put on trial. They're on administrative detention.
Hold on. Sorry, this time I wasn't finished. However, I am in favor of the rule of law and due process, and those people should be given due process. And to the extent that they're innocent of any crimes, they of course should be immediately released. So you don't hear me object to it because you haven't asked me if I object to it. I object to people being deprived
No,
of
but
liberties.
Yes, but I've seen your Twitter, and you obviously never get outraged about anything Israel does. You only get outraged about the things that you're told the Palestinians are doing. Now, to get back to the point, hang on, let me finish. So there was the whole 40 burned babies, which is another one of these.
Is that something I've tweeted about?
I don't know. You've tweeted about a lot of things,
No,
but I
it
mean,
isn't.
the
It
point
isn't.
is,
So let's not
the point
talk
is,
about that,
the
'cause it's
point
not
is,
something
there was a
I've said.
whole bunch of atrocity propaganda that was being given out to media that formed this crazy reaction where people's minds, Hamas is just this incredible, indescribable evil, and Israel's government and its military are just these
no,
angels.
hold on. Well,
The reality of the
let's
matter
talk
is,
about the
no, let's talk about the
you
point that
put
I'm
me
trying
on-
to get to.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a
Okay.
second. If you
All right,
put me
I'm
on your podcast to debunk the things that you believe the mainstream media have got wrong about this conflict, you don't need me here for that, right? You can just do that yourself. But if you want to talk to me, let's talk only about the things that you and I have said. I've never said anything about burned babies. I disagree with you about the idea that there was 0 rapes on October 7th. And I also disagree with the insinuation that you appear to be making that Hamas are not evil and barbaric. They clearly are. They're murdering terrorists who slaughtered 1,000 people plus, who wounded up to about 7,000 people, who deliberately targeted civilians, who deliberately took civilians hostage. So let's talk about, if you want to talk with me, I'm delighted that we're having this conversation, but let's talk about the things that I'm saying and the things that you're saying instead of the things that other people have said, okay?
Yes, and I'm letting you finish every single time you're interrupting me, but I'd like to be able to finish once.
Well,
Bro, he's not actually well, he is interrupting you, but he's interrupting you because you're lying about him, bro. Oh, I let you finish. Oh, you let me finish when I pointed out how you're lying about me. Oh, gee, thanks. You are such a fucking amazing human being. You're not a piece of trash at all, dude. Like, oh my god, bro. It doesn't help. He looks like a fucking retard too. Ugh.
the reason is I keep addressing your point and you keep bringing things in from the outside that I haven't said. That's the difference.
No, the point is, again, going back to
How do I
your
open my
slaughter
shit
and rape,
now?
the other thing, other than the rape,
I
is
made
the
control
idea
click
that
to be something.
they went around murdering civilians. But the vast majority of these civilians that
Fuck.
were murdered, they were burned. Now, a bunch of fighters who are carrying a bunch of guns
Oh,
and
leave a
are
dungeon
trying to
without
get as
taking
many
anyone?
hostages as they can and get back. Don't have the time to sit and tie people up and burn them down. It's not easy to burn people in a house if you've got a gun on you. You tie people up, you start burning them, they find them. As soon as the fire comes near them, they can break free and they can get out. Why were all those people burned? At the festival. A lot of the dead civilians were dead because they were targeted by the Israeli army. Because the Israeli army has the Hannibal Directive, which is that we'd rather kill our own people than let our enemies take them as hostages because we don't want to be put in a position where we need to negotiate with terrorists. And that's what drove this. So then you could say that you could see very clearly all the people that were dead where, well, maybe not all, but a lot of the civilians that were dead because they were burned, because they were attacked by weapons that clearly Hamas doesn't have. So you have that picture from the Nova Festival, where you had all these cars that were burned. There was no way that Hamas can go around burning cars in there. And again, the point that I'm trying to get to is I'm not defending Hamas.
What? They have grenades. You know what a grenade does to a car? It shoots out. A grenade is okay. We gotta go really, really dumb because this guy is like brain dead. All right. So when you have a grenade, right? Let's take a pineapple grenade from the Americans. It's just a shell with an explosive in the middle of it, and the explosive heats up and warps the grenade, and then the grenade explodes in a lot of little tiny pieces that are super fucking hot. You know what happens when super hot shit hits cars and, for example, goes through the gas tank? These people are brain dead, bro.
I think it was
How
completely
can you have a serious discussion with this retard?
completely inexcusable what they did, and I don't believe in the targeting of civilians. But I think the key point that I'm trying to get.
Everything before the but you can ignore. I don't believe in the targeting of civilians, but yeah, okay, you're a disgusting human being. We should not listen to what you have to say at all, and we should just probably like remove you from our society because it doesn't seem like you're capable of living in a society that has actual values and morals.
Is that whatever atrocity propaganda you've swallowed about what Hamas did on that day is still not 1% of what the IDF does regularly to Palestinians, what settlers do to Palestinians in the West Bank. And that's the thing that you ignore. That's the thing that's been going on for 80 years. And of course, when I bring up the past, when we talk about what the Israelis did in 1947 and 1948, you'll say, well, this is too old and this is too, it was too far away.
I can't move this
But
away
it's something
from
that goes on until today. It's something that continues to go on, and yet we see this over and over and over again with the kind of modal Zionist NPC,
Also
which
the-
is that these things don't register. Or if they do register, if confronted with it, you just say, well, I condemn that. And then that's as if, you know, that makes them completely irrelevant to the real world. So you just condemn it.
Okay, no. Bathroom. Fucking water goes right through me. I swear to God. Okay. Let's continue with this retard.
and then you move on, and then you just completely miss the idea of how this thing actually affects the real world.
Okay, what would you like me to address in terms of that?
Well, why is it that then you go back to your original tweet? You said that you think that it is justifiable for people to do whatever it takes in order to free their hostages.
No, that isn't what I said. No, that's not what I said.
What is it that you said? Let's bring up the
didn't
tweet
say
again.
it's justifiable for people to do whatever it takes. That's not what I said.
I give 0 fucks about how exactly they're returned.
Yes.
And that only applies if it's the Israeli hostages. It doesn't apply if it's Hamas hostages.
No, that's not what I said. I just said to you in the course of this conversation, safety, and this is a problem. We had exactly the same conversation with Bassem Youssef, who actually, like with you, I actually really like. Right? We had a great conversation when you were in trigonometry. I'm happy to have this discussion with you. But like you, he was arguing with things that I'd never said because he spent his entire time reacting to things on the internet that other people were saying. I said to you several things in the course of this conversation, which I think preclude me from being described as a Zionist NPC or whatever it is that you just suggested. Number one, I said to you that my reading of the history of this conflict is that the creation of the state of Israel wasn't exactly purer than pure, right? So at no point have I suggested that there isn't a problem there and that this conflict is entirely spurious because the evil barbaric Palestinians are just by virtue of their evilness and barbarism are doing this, right? I also said to you that had the October 7th attack been an attack by Hamas troops on Israeli troops or on Israeli military installations or on Israeli prisons in order to free their people from there, while some people, of course many people in Israel, would nonetheless treat this as an attack on their country, quite understandably, I think both the world and Israel and I would have reacted very differently. Right. So the issue is that you say, of course, targeting civilians is wrong, and that's something we, of course, agree on. And the problem is that October 7th was not in any way an attempt to redress the wrongs committed by the IDF. It doesn't compensate for them. It doesn't fix them. It doesn't solve them. It's simply an act of terror designed to brutalize and murder and enslave the civilian population of those areas. So if you are asking me about that, you have to start by acknowledging that that is a terrorist attack. Now, how would any country, this is what I'm asking you, respond to a terrorist attack? In exactly the way that Israel has done. So you can tell me about the plight of the Palestinian people, and I can agree with you. I can say to you, look, for the sake of argument, the Palestinians are under occupation, and Israel and the IDF are terrible, and they go in there and mow the lawn, and all of these other things that I've heard from many, many people, and I can agree with you on all of that. That does not justify a terrorist attack on Israeli civilians, and it never will. And that's the difficulty that we're having, because people who are arguing from your position, including you in this conversation, are trying to present October 7th as some attempt to offset the evils done by the IDF as you perceive them. And I'm saying to you, there is no connection between the two. No amount of Israeli brutality justifies the massacre of civilians. If Jews during World War II had risen up in the Warsaw Ghetto and just went around raping German women and slaughtering German civilians, that would have been wrong too. When the Soviets, the people who were my ancestors, raped their way through Eastern Germany on the way to Berlin, that was wrong. I am one of the people who's actually been quite prominent in raising Soviet war atrocities, even though I think that war needed to be won, right? So, and that isn't, by the way, the same as the aerial bombardment of Germany or dropping the bombs on Japan, which was absolutely right and necessary for military reasons, right? So there's a difference between targeting civilians gratuitously for violence, and military necessity, and this is where I think we're getting stuck.
Yeah, we're getting stuck because you're unable to see the very transparent the hypocrisy in your position.
Explain it to me. I'll try to understand. Explain it to me.
That tweet said, I give exactly 0 Fs about how they're returned. Now, that was in the context of the fact when they freed, I think, 3 or 4 hostages. This was June 9th. They freed 4 hostages. And in order to free those 4 hostages, about 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. 200 to 300 Palestinian civilians were killed. aerial bombardment and special unit military forces came in, and they knew that they were going to have to massacre a lot of civilians in order to get out, and they did it. How is that in any way different from what Hamas did on October 7? Just because you refuse to accept...
May I answer that question?
Yeah, but let me finish. Hang on.
Okay.
Just because you refuse to accept the distinction that no, Hamas can't possibly be justified, I'm trying to tell you this is just the atrocity propaganda kicking in, because in your mind it's it's rape, it's murder, it's unjustifiable. Nothing that Israel does could possibly justify this. Well, no. Hamas also wanted to free thousands of Palestinian prisoners. Israel wanted to free hundreds of Israeli prisoners, and Israel killed hundreds of civilians. Hamas killed hundreds of civilians. Probably most of them were killed by Israel, but even accepting the idea that they killed civilians, why is it that in your mind this murder of civilians is justified because you're freeing hostages, but that murder of civilians is not justified?
For the reason that I've already explained to you repeatedly, which is if you take my wife hostage and I come to your house and you try to prevent me from rescuing her, I'm going to shoot you in the head and I'm going to feel great about it. If you come to my house and kill my family because of something I've done, that's a completely different thing. Do you understand the difference?
No, that's exactly the same thing.
So you feel there's
Oh
no
my
difference.
god, this guy is not... How the fuck are these people allowed in the West, man? If you can't understand such a simple basic premise of morality, you do not belong in my country.
Between Constantine said something rude to me or did something bad to me, I'm going to come to his house and I'm going to murder his family.
No. You are missing the point that it's the same thing. Being taken
Not
hostages.
the same
Both
thing. It's
yes,
no.
they both
It's-
taken hostages.
It's absolutely
Yes.
not the same thing.
Why are the
Punishing
Palestinians
people who are not
worthy
involved.
of being
The
rescued?
thing- Hold on.
We're
The
at 8
civilians
by
who were
now.
murdered
I
by
have
Hamas on October
4 to
7th
go.
had nothing to do with the
4 more
atrocities
days,
that you
so
say are
should
being
be no
committed
problem.
against Palestinians, right?
And the civilians murdered by Israel had nothing to do with the atrocities committed by Hamas.
Except they were killed in an attempt to rescue hostages, right?
Yeah,
How is
that's,
that
that's
different? The same
something to
thing
do,
that Hamas
right?
says.
Why not?
Because
And then I can
Hamas
just speak
killed
whatever I want.
civilians
Here.
in order to kill civilians.
Civilians murdered by Israel had nothing to do with the
Except-
atrocities committed by Hamas.
Except they were killed in an attempt to rescue hostages, right?
How is that different? It's the same thing that Hamas says.
Because
I'm not trying to
Hamas
defend
killed
Hamas, let me be clear
civilians
here.
in order to kill civilians. The Israeli troops killed civilians in order to rescue hostages. That's
No.
the difference.
No, the difference is Hamas took civilians hostages, and most likely the Israelis killed their own civilians. But even accepting the fact that Hamas killed civilians,
Okay,
Israel,
so let's
Israel
clarify that
killed
one
at
point.
least 50,000 civilians over the last 9 months.
Let's
They
clarify
killed
that one point.
50,000
How many civilians do you think Hamas killed on October 7th? Because you keep saying you're against targeting civilians, but it also sounds like you don't think they killed any civilians.
I haven't seen convincing evidence that they have. I think the majority of the civilian deaths were from friendly fire.
How many
Directed.
would you say that they did kill Hamas?
I would love to see an official investigation into this, but it's very telling that Israel won't have an investigation into this.
How
because
many would you
they
say
won't-
that they've killed? I mean, it's
I
a
don't
simple
know.
question.
I don't know. I don't know. I
well,
haven't done an
well,
investigation,
you
but
are-
I'd
you're
like to see
putting-
one.
you're
And I think
putting-
it's very telling that they won't do one.
No, but that's not answering my question, right? That girl whose dead body we saw being driven off in the back of a truck, was she killed by Israeli forces?
No.
No,
No,
so that's
there's a
one.
hostage. They've
That's
taken
one that we
hostage.
can say was definitely killed by Hamas, okay?
Yeah.
Right. How many more do you think were probably killed by Hamas?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I could make up a
Is
number.
it 10? Is
Doesn't
it
matter.
100? Is it 1,000? How many?
I don't know. I'd like to see an investigation into this. But you know what I do know?
But
Something
you're
like 40,
absolutely
50,000.
certain about Hamas figures about how many Palestinians have been killed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not certain about their figures. I know what is going on in Gaza, and I know
Okay.
that there is no way that you could
Yeah.
destroy an entire city of 2 million people and not kill at least tens of thousands of people.
Okay.
There's been tens of thousands of deaths. And I know, I know because I know people in Gaza. I
hell?
know
What
people
is
who know
this?
people in Gaza, and I know just how many of the people they know have been dead. I think what's been
I'm so
reported...
lost
I'm
right
not
now. I have no
disputing that
idea what
lots
that
of
was.
people have been killed in Gaza.
Yeah, and I think
I'm
what's
also,
been
but I am
reported is likely
disputing
a
that
massive
Hamas
under
didn't kill
report.
civilians. Hamas killed a lot of civilians on October
Yes,
7th.
but Israel has killed a
Why
lot
can't I see the
more
fucking
civilians.
gloves?
And this is what you...
No, but
feel-
the comparative game there is irrelevant to me. We killed a lot more German civilians
Any
than
kind of-
German killed our civilians in World War II. I think that's
Because
perfectly justified.
this is what I mean when I say Zionist NPC. We can kill as many of them as we can, as we want, because that's justified, because we are reacting, because we are just, because we are trying to get our hostages back. Nothing they do is justified. It's not. It only works
That's
in your
not-
brain
no.
because
No,
you have
hold on. Safety. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? You keep saying the phrase, nothing they do is justified. I just said to you 3 times now, 3 times, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations and IDF troops and killed IDF troops and Israeli military installations were destroyed, that to me would be a completely different thing. So it's not that nothing they do
Okay, not
is
nothing,
justified.
but any crime by Hamas justifies any kind of reaction by Israel. Nothing that Israel does be a problem. Which is why you never see any kind of criticism coming from people like you towards anything that Israel does.
You have to actually listen to what I'm saying, otherwise it's impossible to have a
I
conversation.
am listening. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of saying that it's okay for Israel to kill 50,000 people to rescue their hostages. It's not okay for Hamas to kill anybody. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both. I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for both.
No, but you see, you keep missing deliberately, I think, at this point, because you're a smart guy. You keep missing the point that I'm making, which is that there's a big difference between attempting to rescue hostages or attempting to kill terrorists and simply targeting civilians for the purpose of targeting civilians, right? There's a big difference between those two principles. One of those things is called war. The other of those things is called terrorism. And there's a big difference between the two. Strapping a bomb to your chest and getting on a bus is very different to going to war and attempting to rescue hostages, in the process of which civilians get killed. They're different activities entirely. There's a different moral calculus, and it works entirely differently. That's the difference.
I see. So you're not a fan of terrorism, and you think terrorism is not justifiable. You don't think targeting civilians is justifiable.
Correct.
And does that include Palestinian civilians?
It includes any civilians anywhere, including, by the way, for example, right, I'm Russian, my wife is Ukrainian, I have lots of family in both countries. I have been very outspokenly pro-Ukrainian throughout the entire conflict. I do not support killing Russian civilians in retaliation to what Russia is doing in Ukraine, nor do I support, obviously, Russia killing Ukrainian civilians, right? So it's not difficult to support people being able to wage war in situations where they have to wage war, without also then condemning the massacring of civilians that is deliberate and purposeful targeting for the sake of killing civilians. That is not the same as collateral damage and conflict. They're different things.
No, but here's the thing. The problem is that you think any kind of death meted out by Israel is collateral damage because in your mind, anything
No,
Israel
I don't. I don't think that.
Yes, which is why you don't see when Israel goes and murders Palestinians, when an Israeli terrorist goes into a Palestinian village and shoots people, as happens every day these days in the West Bank, every single day, pogroms of settlers surrounded by soldiers protecting them, going into Palestinian villages, burning people's homes, burning their cars, shooting people. This happens every day. You don't say anything about it. You don't condemn it. You don't think it's a problem. You don't
If you
talk
want me to
about
condemn
why
it, I will happily look. I
don't want you to condemn it. I don't want you to
let me
condemn it.
respond.
No.
You've got to let me respond. Right? You made the point. You've got to let me respond. So, as I said to you, I don't talk about this issue publicly because it's not an area of expertise of mine. If anyone asks me about the West Bank, I can tell you what my understanding of the West Bank is. I don't like a lot of the things that are being done in the West Bank. I don't like a lot of the things that the settlers are doing. And I do not support burning people's homes and massacring people and killing people and pushing them out of wherever they live. So when you say you don't condemn it, if you ask my opinion, I will give it to you. I don't support some of the things that are being done there.
Yes, this is a great answer for me because it's exactly my problem with this entire idiotic fetish that pro-Israel people have about condemn, which I find idiotic because it's meaningless. Because I'm not asking you to condemn things, and I'm not asking, and I hate it when people ask me to condemn things because I don't condemn anybody. I don't condemn Israel. I don't condemn any authority because who am I? I'm in no position. I'm not their mom to condemn them. I'm not their benefactor. And so it's meaningless to say what is who's condemning things. What I'm talking about.
You just said to me, you don't condemn it, and that's what I responded to.
Yes, because
but I do condemn it if I'm asked to.
Yes, exactly. But what I'm trying to illustrate
what do
is
you mean
if
exactly?
you look at your tweets, if you look at your position
Bro, these
on this,
people are not
whenever it's
compatible
brought
with
up,
our real life.
You bring up the death of
It's just...
Israeli civilians, and then use it as justification for anything Israel does. So you look at all of your discussions.
I don't use it as
I
justification
give
for
zero
anything.
effort on
Israel.
how they're returned, so Israel can do whatever it wants. And then you don't
That's not what I
care
said
of all
either.
the targeting of Palestinian civilians that takes place, and you never bring up the fact that anything that the Palestinians do in return is justifiable. Notice I'm not saying that it is. Let
No,
me
no,
be clear here.
And
I'm
you-
perfectly consistent. Let me be clear. I'm perfectly consistent. I think everybody's wrong to target civilians, and I think targeting civilians does not justify any kind of reaction. So I'm not okay to go and target Israeli civilians because they targeted Palestinian civilians. You are the one who's swallowed the Zionist NPC propaganda hook, line, and sinker, and don't even see the distinction here, wherein no matter what Israel does, it doesn't matter. You're not going out there posting videos of the horrific things that are taking place in the West Bank, of the horrific things that Israel's been doing to Palestinians for 8 years, of the land theft, of the mass murder, of the terrorist attacks, the enormous number of terrorist attacks. I mean, Menachem Begin, the Israeli prime minister, boasted about the fact that he invented modern terrorism because the first civilian bomb, the first bomb to target civilians, the first people to think about the idea of let's put bombs in civilians was by the Zionists in Palestine against Palestinian civilians. So you, in your mind, you don't see anything wrong with that ever. And that's why for me, it's not about asking you to condemn it. It's about looking at where your energy goes. And your energy is constantly going, Hamas are evil, they're targeting civilians, and therefore everything that Israel does is justified. And therefore anybody who's critical of Israel is an awful person, and we're going to go after them and we're going to criticize them.
Wow.
On the other hand, whereas if Israel is going
I've been up to
do
a lot of
anything,
stuff I wasn't even aware I was doing safety. You've really painted quite a picture there. Going after people, posting videos. I've never posted any videos from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict ever. So
well, I'm not saying that.
why are you criticizing me for
You're
not posting
talking
videos
about
from the
what
West
the
Bank?
Israelis do to target civilians. You only talk about what the Palestinians do to
I
target
don't.
civilians.
I really
To
don't comment on
what
this
the
issue
Israelis
very much
do.
at all.
I'm sorry?
I don't comment on this issue very much at all. I've never gone after people, as you suggest, for their opinions. I've always
Yeah,
said
you
that.
have. What's that lady's name? You called her DEI Barbie?
Yeah, I called her DEI Barbie for accusing me of things that I took very personally, which is accusing me of being unfair and non-impartial when I was fair and impartial, as anyone who watches that debate can see. I don't give a shit about her opinion.
Look at this smirk on this pathetic subhuman filth, bro. Okay, it's not, that's a little too much. I take that last one back. These people are not compatible with our way of life. It's just, it's revolting to see that we just let them do whatever they want.
Israel and Palestine. There was another guy on that panel with
Did
whom
you
I
hand
had
him the
absolutely
quiz?
no issue, who was arguing for the same thing. I know lots and lots of people who have your particular view on this issue. I respect them and get on with them just as I do with people who are pro-Israel. I have never targeted anybody for having a different opinion to me on this issue, and I never would, because I see it as very complicated, and I think people are right to think whatever they think about it if that's what they think. So, again, I
Here's
think
the
you're
litmus.
arguing
Here's the
with
litmus test, though. If you can't say attacking civilians purely for the sake of attacking civilians is bad, then you do not belong in this country, or in this, on this side of the world, because we do think that's bad, and that's one of our core tenets of our morality and our fucking society. If you can't, like jive your way and make yourself at peace with that, then get the fuck out and don't come back.
These sort of miraculous ghosts in your head and not with me. Can we talk about what I believe or what you believe or what you'd like to discuss with me? Because I think that would be a lot more productive.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to wrap this up, I think the point that I'm making.
Okay, so
again-
we can't. Fair enough.
No, we can. We're gonna move into that. It's just, again, the point is, it's very clear your energy is always going there, and I think the point that I'm trying to get,
How is that clear?
because I've looked at your tweets for months and I've seen your discussions.
Okay,
with
what have I,
No,
other than that particular one, what have I said about the conflict that you feel justifies your position?
denouncing the criminality of Hamas and justifying the actions of Israel, and denouncing people who are critical of Israel for not understanding the fact that Israel needs to defend.
Whom specifically have I
and never-
denounced for their position? on
And
this?
never pointing out that Palestinians have a right to defend themselves.
You make quite a lot of points there, so let's just pause. Whom specifically have I denounced for their position on Israel?
I don't remember at this point, but you.
Okay, so no evidence for that.
What does it say complete?
What about your other
Oh, no,
claims?
no.
What is your evidence for the other claims?
Well, there, I just shared with you one tweet, the one that we were discussing. You were saying that it's okay for Israel to do whatever they want.
That tweet applies to Israel, it applies to Palestine, it applies to everyone. I am sure the people of Gaza, if their sons are in an Israeli prison, agree with what I said, right? The problem that I explained to you
Not
is
all of them.
what happened on October 7th was not an attempt to get their children back, it was an attempt to kill civilians, as we discussed.
Why?
Now, we seem to disagree. You seem to think Hamas didn't kill any civilians, except that one woman we saw, obviously, and they treated everyone with kindness and respect, I'm sure.
I'm not saying
but
that.
you keep throwing out lots of claims about me that aren't factually based, and so it seems to me that you've brought me on to argue with people in your head instead of with me, right?
No, I brought
did
you
I
on
say that
because
an hour
you
ago?
specifically said that anything that Israel does to try and get
No.
their hostages is something that you don't care about.
I
And
said
you've
that
never
a
showed that.
parent,
And I'd like to,
parent
and the reason, and the other
Yeah.
more substantive issue that we need to move on to, is the idea that if you think about targeting civilians, it's very clear. I think for anybody who's been paying attention over the last 9 months, Israel's goal is not to get Hamas or even to get the hostages. Israel's goal is to make Gaza uninhabitable, and this is something that is completely unable to register in the mind of the Zionist NPC. Because you have the Israeli finance.
He's just railing against this mythical Zionist NPC that he concocted in his own head, man. I swear, this guy is driving me up the fucking wall, dude. So disingenuous.
Minister,
So
not
disgusting.
some nobody, the Israeli finance minister, who's saying if we're talking about the plans for post-war Gaza, we need to talk about a Gaza. We need to plan for a Gaza that has 100 to 200,000
completely
people.
useless
This is a
in
place
these
that has 2.3 million people.
They're all
What does it
healing
mean to
themselves.
say we need to bring the population down to 0.1 or 0.2 million? That's 10% or 5%. So he's saying we need to get rid of 90 to 95% of the people. This is the finance minister. He's the most influential politician in Israel at this point. Him and Smotrich and Ben Gvir might be the most important because they hold the Netanyahu coalition together. They're out there saying,
Oh, no heals
it doesn't
for those
matter
guys.
what happens with the hostages, and it doesn't matter what happens with Hamas. What matters is we need to get rid of the Palestinian people from Gaza. Okay? So you have to understand, this is what they're saying, and it doesn't register because Western media doesn't like to emphasize this. And of course, you are
Yeah,
conditioned to just turn a blind eye to it and just say, well, I condemn it. Yeah.
Safety.
What do you think of that?
We literally just released on Trigonometry a week ago an interview with Piers Morgan in which he made
just
the
left?
exact point that you just made.
So,
So when you say
This guy runs
you don't
ahead,
cover this or you
gets
don't
out
know
of
about
range
this
of the
or
healer,
whatever,
and then
that's
cries when,
garbage,
and leaves when
right?
he dies.
So again,
imbecile,
you're
dude.
talking to people in your head,
no, I'm talking to you. I know who I'm talking to. I've been
and I'm
following the
I'm
truth for a
saying
while.
to you
And I'm
that
saying
on my
you
show,
have to think that
which has a
Israel-
million subscribers on YouTube, we just broadcast an interview in which the point that you just made was made by a prominent guest on our show.
Not you.
We brought him on to make the fucking point.
Yeah, so the point is you're out there. It doesn't register in your analysis. As,
All right,
as somebody who
okay,
looks
fine.
into the
Safety,
sources,
listen,
in your
uh,
mind,
I-
there's nothing that Israel does that is unjustified. As many civilians as they kill, as many terrorists.
What is your evidence for that statement?
No, it's
What's
all
your evidence for the statement?
I
What's
looked
your
into it.
evidence for the idea that I think anything Israel does is justified?
I just pointed out.
I
that
just
you-
told you I don't support many of the things that are happening in the West Bank. That would be
And
one
yet
example.
you're constantly you're able to see that the actions of Hamas justify any reactions of Israel, and you're not able to.
Haven't said that they justify any reactions of Israel.
That's what you said in that. tweet.
No,
I mean,
no.
look, you can't. deny it.
Okay, let me explain to you.
Yeah, you
that
can't.
we-
Look. I know it's difficult for you to just break out of this kind of conditioning where you don't see the asymmetry here. The
This
asymmetry
guy's projecting so fucking hard, dude.
here is that we have a government that has trillions of billions of dollars being handed to it by the U.S., by all over the world, by weapons from all over the world, and it is actively out there saying we want to get rid of these millions of Palestinians we have. Smotrich's plan says, he's been very clear about this. He released this plan in 2017. He says, we need to have one state from the river to the sea, a Jewish state, and everybody who's not Jewish needs to understand they have three options. They can either fight, and they can either die, or they can leave, or they can accept that they will need to live under Israeli, subjugated to Israelis. This is what he says. This is very clearly what he says. Now,
Okay.
you are completely incapable of internalizing what this means for the human beings who live there, and
Well,
that's
to the
why
bathroom again
you
already.
Give
don't-
I gotta
evidence for
stop
the
drinking so
idea
much
that I
water.
am incapable of internalizing that.
Because you keep talking about the travesties of October 7 as if they are this incomparable evil that has never existed before, when Palestinians have been experiencing it.
Incomparable evil that's never existed before.
Okay, fine. You didn't say that, but you only talk about that because you don't talk about anything else going on in the West Bank. You don't go on and saying, well, you know what?
I explained to you that I barely ever talk about this conflict. Yes.
Yeah, so you only talk about it when the Zionist NPCs are activated to go out and spread the talking points of, hey, it's okay for us to kill 500,000 Gazans in the next few months because they targeted a bunch of our civilians. So there is nothing that we can do that is not okay. And I think
never said that either.
You did say it. You said that anything that can be done to get the hostages back is justified, but you don't apply the same standards.
That's not what I said either.
I think the key point is that
can I just repeat to you? You seem to have some trouble with both listening and reading comprehension. Let me repeat to you what my tweet said.
Savage.
My tweet said, when you become a parent, you think like this, right? My point was that it's very difficult to expect people whose children have been kidnapped to think about this issue in anything other than the way that I described. I did not say that killing as many people in Gaza as possible should be Israeli state policy, nor do I think that. Why don't you actually ask me my opinions about things instead of putting words in my mouth or arguing with people you imagine in your head?
Because this is what Israel is doing, which you are defending under the pretext of they are doing this to rescue the hostages.
I'm not defending it.
Yes, you are. You're not out there saying, oh, wow, Israel is committing a genocide. They want to get rid of 2 million.
I don't believe Israel is committing a genocide, that's for sure.
Of course you don't. Exactly.
No, I don't.
The Minister
That's
of Finance
because I have a brain and I know what words mean.
No, it's because you don't have a brain. It's because you're an NPC. You have the actual finance minister saying we're going to get rid of 2 million people.
What's the definition? What is the definition of genocide? What's the definition of genocide?
You don't know.
I know. I'm asking you, what is the definition of genocide?
The extermination of a people or a group of it,
they're doing it very badly then.
Elimination from a piece of land. This is exactly what Israel's been doing.
So moving people from a piece of land is genocide.
Murdering them and kicking them out of their land and clearing
No, murdering and kicking them out are separate things, because once you've murdered them, there's not much point kicking them out.
Right?
Your definition of
right.
Murder someone, you
That
kick
was
out
so
the rest,
good.
and then you've left with.
That was a pretty good response. I'm not gonna lie. That was just on the nose.
A piece of land that doesn't have the original population.
Right.
That's
so
how it works.
The definition of genocide is the deliberate targeting of an ethnic group on its ethnic basis and murdering them in order to destroy that ethnic group and nationhood. I don't believe that's what's happening in Gaza. That's my opinion. If that was what was happening in Gaza, in my opinion, I wouldn't.
They're doing it pretty badly. If that's what they're after, bro. Like. The fact that they're roof knocking alone is like proof positive they're not trying the genocide. Because you wouldn't. Otherwise, you just wouldn't. You just bomb the fucking building with everyone in it.
And I wouldn't support it.
Why is it not? You have the actual finance minister saying we want to get rid of if we want to get rid of 2 million people out of this, if we, in the war, if we can kill and expel 2 million people, then we will have the Gaza that we want after this.
Well, I'm not looking at what. So, no, I'm aware that some of the people in the cabinet are saying things of that nature. Some of their language has been genocidal. It's not the same as Israel committing genocide. Because
how is it not? These are the people that are in power. They have the money and
because they're not actually doing what they're saying.
The way you assess whether something was happening would be by looking on the ground at what's happening, not what people are saying.
On the ground.
And when we look at what's happening on the ground, Israel has available to it, as you well know, weaponry of a much greater scale that could commit genocide in Gaza, and it's not using it precisely because they're attempting to limit civilian casualties as much as they can. Not least because Safedin, not because necessarily they love Palestinians and care about their lives so much, but because, of course, every Palestinian casualty is being used in the international media against Israel. And the one thing we've yet to talk about, and I think this behooves you to bring up to your audience that perhaps they are not aware of thanks to your analysis, is why so many people are being killed in Gaza. Why is that? Because in Ukraine, where my family are hiding from Russian bombs, you know where they do it? They hide in tunnels and metro stations and underground and tubes. It's not happening in Gaza for some reason, despite the fact that they have the most sophisticated tunnel infrastructure in the world. Interesting. And what's also interesting is, unlike in Ukraine, where President Zelensky was offered an opportunity to escape the moment the war started and decided to stay and lead his people, the people who caused this conflict, or this flare-up of the conflict on October 7th, the people who are in charge of Hamas, seem to be living in five-star hotels in Qatar. Fascinating. Is it possible, because if you Google, is Hamas using human shields, you can immediately find its Channel 4 fact check. It'll be one of the first search results you'll find, in which one of the leaders of Hamas says in 2014 that this is a brave tactic that we use to stop Israeli missiles with our chests. The reason so many people are dying in Gaza is that it benefits Hamas to see them be killed, and that's why they're putting them in harm's way deliberately. And that is something perhaps we should add to this conversation.
Yeah, but you bring that up, of course. Let me say, of course, I think that's completely indefensible,
Hurry up,
what
I need to
Hamas does,
pee.
and I'm no way going to defend it.
Okay.
But
So then stop using Hamas, stop using Palestinian casualty numbers as if it's the fault of Israel. It's the fault of the people who put them in harm's way.
No. It's the fault of the people who have been ethnically cleansing them for
All of
80
you have
years,
no deepest
which is, again,
thanks.
something that
With the
your
focus
brain
now
cannot
is removed,
process
this
because you're
lifeless
conditioned
ball
not to
is
think
merely
about
sickening
this.
testament
Look,
to Garrosh's
this is
brutality.
something that Israelis have been...
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
Azeroth is on the brink of
Fucking
war.
water.
My apologies, but
I mean, it's good that I
you must
drink.
excuse me. I have much to consider. Farewell.
Weird people? The debate? Well, one of them is speaking quite normally, and the other one is just unhinged. Sure, I don't FK. Girl smoke. It's like oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Weird way of speaking. I mean, it's a debate. They speak like this. Most debates go this way in terms of like how they're talking. Like a debate is always like a little bit different than a conversation. That's why I prefer conversations over debates, but this is more like a debate. Or they're using debate tactics. Or at least the guy on the right is using debate tactics. The debate tactic of making up a boogeyman in your head and just going straight into the boogeyman. Don't ever address anything the other guy says. It's irrelevant. Just attack the idea that you have in your head of him. Because it's sad to say, a lot of people have that idea in their heads. And he's talking to those people. He's not being, what's the word? Yo, Shadows, what's up? He's not being genuine in wanting to talk about the conversation. He's, in my opinion, virtue signaling to his unhinged audience.
Doing since the 1940s, and they've done it in the 60s, and they've done it recently, and this is something that has become mainstream.
I might be the bad guy here, but if you have those beliefs in your head and you cannot, like, how do I put this? If you come to my nation or our nations, right, and you cannot use our morals, then you shouldn't be here, and we should remove you from our nation. And I think for a lot of those people, our morals are very incompatible. And I mean those people, like specifically like this guy, not just a random fucking Muslim, right? I don't give a fuck about no random Muslim. You want to come here and you accept our values and morals? Go right ahead, alright? I don't give a fuck. But you want to come here and you want to bring all the shit from your culture over to this to my culture? No, I'm sorry, but just no. Like, we went through an enlightenment, right? We went through, because we are Christian nations, right? We're Christian culture, so to speak. And again, I want to point out, I fucking despise religion, dude. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, I think you're a moron. Okay. Especially when you start talking about your religion, and like my brain just goes like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Like, really dumb things can be said for religion, but that doesn't mean that we're from a Christian culture, right? We had thousands of years of Christianity in our nations. So we have developed a certain moral and value system that is 100% derived from our Christian basis, right? But there's also a reason why I can rail against Christianity like I used to do, right? And I still technically do. I just keep it in my head these days. Like when some Christian lunatic is just saying, you can just see the cultishness in their talking or in their tweets and stuff, right? Like, they're living in fantasy land. But the reason that I can think that, the reason that I can say that is because we had this thing called the Enlightenment, which the other side did not have, okay? Where we realized that maybe it's a bad idea to demonize and go after people that don't believe in a god, etc. Because usually those people are also like really fucking smart. Okay, I'm not saying me. I'm definitely not. But like a bunch of atheists are definitely the cause of a lot of fucking scientific progress. Let's be fucking honest here, all right? But when you don't have that in your cultural background, when you don't have such a realization in your cultural background, you are not compatible with... Hey! Cats were fighting. With the society that we hold dear here. And we gotta fucking protect that society, dude. So I'm sorry that I'm the bad guy when I say, like, if you think like this guy, you do not belong in my nation. You are fundamentally different from what we require for a value and moral system, or what we should require for a value and moral system.
You said, well, Israel could have more bombs. No, actually, they can't. You know, the reality of the matter is...
Israel has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, they can't use nuclear weapons on Gaza.
Why
They
not?
can't. It would kill Israelis. It would kill a lot of Israelis. They just cannot do that. It would be
Wait. You started out this fucking conversation with the fact that, oh, well, Hamas didn't kill anyone. It was Israel that killed their own people. And now all of a sudden that matters? Bro, this guy is so disingenuous, dude. What a fucking piece of shit liar, bro. I fucking despise people like this, dude. Guys like this is why we have fucking conflict in the world, bro. 100%.
Tactical nuclear weapons if they wanted to. They could carpet bomb the entire place, which they haven't done.
No, they have. That's exactly what they've been doing. They have carpet bombed the entire place.
They're not
They've
even
dropped
close.
more bombs on
Not
it
even
than
close.
anything else. But I
This
think
guy
the
has
key
no
thing
idea
to
what
keep in
carpet
mind
bombing
here is
means.
this. Within a couple of weeks of the beginning of the war, Israeli generals were very clear about the fact that, look, if the U.S. stops giving us weapons, we are done. We can't shoot anymore. The amount of artillery and the amount of air power that has been deployed by Israel over this conflict is just beyond what a country of 10 million people can sustain. It's an enormous
fucking
amount
joined
of
the
money.
wrong-
They're dropping millions of dollars worth of bombs on houses that are just
bad.
shanties, basically. This is, and they're out there to try and get and destroy every single shanty, every single building. Not only that, but
They're doing a terrible job, dude.
so the reason they do this, the reason they can't just use more power is because if they do use more power, if they do use any kind of chemical weapons or something like that that just results in mass casualties at once, it's not going to play well with foreign people who want to believe the idea that, no, Israel is out there trying to minimize casualties. So the real limitation here is it's not a question of how do we get Hamas without killing as many civilians. The question is, how do we kill as many civilians as possible while making it look like we're not out there to kill civilians? This is the mentality that drives the Israeli leadership, which of course you choose to ignore. This is what they're saying. This is
It's
they're
not that I
saying.
choose
Got
to
some
ignore
Hang on,
it,
hang
but I
actual
disagree.
on.
evidence of that?
Ignore
No,
it. No,
source,
They're
trust me,
clearly
bro.
saying
No,
there
I
are no
don't choose to
innocent-
ignore it. I
The
disagree.
president of Israel said there are no innocents in Gaza. Nothing, not even a baby is innocent.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, of course you disagree, but you still support everything that he does. And that's the point. You're an NPC.
I don't support everything.
Follow the
That,
propaganda.
I've given you any evidence to suggest that I support everything Israel is doing. All I said is I don't believe that what is happening in Gaza meets the definition of genocide. That's all I've said.
Of course. Because, again, that's the propaganda line that everybody
No,
told.
it's because it's
The
not,
point is-
in my
no,
view,
really. And
based
imagine,
on what I believe to be happening in Gaza.
imagine if it was another
Because
country
of-
that was going
because
around.
This guy cannot shut the fuck up, dude. Oh. That's like he's what's the fucking he's filibustering because he throws out some random unhinged retarded shit and then just starts filibustering so the other guy can't respond and tell him what a complete moron he is.
My view, what's
There are no
happening in
innocents
Gaza
in
does not
Israel.
match that definition. It's
If
that
I say
Yep. Exactly.
there are no Israel, there are no.
Like I said, right, this guy is like using debate tactics. The other guy's trying to have a conversation. Like, bro, that's not what I said. And then this guy's just debate tactic. Debate, bro. But for an unhinged position, right?
innocents in Israel. do you think that that would be genocidal language? It would be. It
I
would
haven't. I just said to you a few seconds ago that some Israeli ministers have used language that I would consider genocide.
literally said
So,
Yeah, these are not people on the street. They are the people in charge of the
I
weapons. They're the
appreciate
people that are loading the
They're
weapons.
people who are in the coalition government. I know.
Yeah, and they are the ones that are out there who are in power to act on this. They're not
And
random.
What
on
I'm
the
saying
street.
to you is, I judge whether a genocide is happening not on what some people have said, but on what's actually happening. And my view,
Crazy, I
based
know,
on
right?
the things I read and the things that I know, is that what's happening in Gaza is not genocide. That's not the same as ignoring things that you keep claiming I'm ignoring. I just happen to disagree with you. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
No, I think you don't understand the difference between the fact that when a person is in a position of authority and is actually acting out a genocide in front of our
Finance
eyes.
minister is not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
The finance minister is part of the wartime cabinet.
Yes, but he's not in charge of the military. You know that, right?
Yes, but the people
So
in charge of the
fact
military
that
have
the finance
words.
minister said something doesn't mean that that's what is happening.
Yeah, but the defense minister and all the military people have also said equally horrible things. They've all said similar things.
No, they haven't.
Animals.
Unless
Yes,
you have
they
a specific quote that I'm not aware
Yeah.
of, please produce it.
Well, go read the ICJ report, which collects all of these
No,
reports.
no. What is
No,
the
the
quote?
president of Israel said there are no innocent civilians. The
Source,
minister
trust
of
me, bro.
defense said we are fighting human animals. We're not going to give them water. We're not going
Well,
to.
I
give
think
them-
Hamas are human animals, yeah.
No, but he was referring to the civilians that are not going to get water. They're not going to get food. They're not going to get medicine. They're not going to get anything. That was what he did. He didn't cut off the electricity from he cut it off from everybody. The point is
Well,
this.
how could he cut it off from Hamas? That doesn't make sense. This is what every army does. What do you think the Americans did in Fallujah? You think they just let the terrorists have light and food and water as they attack them? What do you think? How do you think war is waged, safety?
Can you
This is
name
what
one
every military in the world does
Can
when
you
they
name
go
one,
into a city
one
to try
American
and take
leader
out the
who
threat?
said we need to reduce the population of Fallujah by 90%? No. That only happens in Israel. It's the only openly genocidal regime in the world. There are other genocides, but there
they're
are
not-
no other genocides in which people can brazenly say that we're being genocidal and then have Zionist NPCs like you all over the world
fighting shit in their
do
own heads.
PR for them to help continue. And I think the point you're missing is that it is Americans who keep this thing going because it is their funding that keeps this going. And in order for that funding to continue, people like you are essential for continuing to whitewash all of this stuff. And say,
I don't live in America.
Out
I'm
there
not an
helping
American
fight-
citizen, so I'm
you're
incredibly
British,
not a citizen.
American. No, the British are also providing weapons, and they're also providing all kinds of
Okay,
intelligence
safety.
services, and they're
Listen,
also.
we've
and
had a
and-
good hour. I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm getting a little bit tired of you calling me a Zionist NPC with no evidence whatsoever. So why don't we wrap
I
up?
provided a lot of evidence. Provided a lot of evidence. Okay,
Not
well,
a single-
yeah. I mean,
not a
I think
single point.
the point that I'm trying to make, the point I was trying to get to, the conclusion of this is that if you really try to look at this objectively, which I know you're incapable of, but ultimately you've made your name.
Bring me on. I'm curious. Why did you bring me on your show if you
Because
think
you've
I'm
made-
incapable
because
of
you've
looking
made
at
your
objective?
name because you've made your name talking about the absurdity of identity politics and the absurdity of people that are just going on
Okay.
about racism and accusing people of all of those things. And what I'm
That's
trying to
fair.
tell you is that if you look at when it comes to Israel, you're just another social justice warrior, identity politics
How so?
warrior. Because here we are.
What?
When Israel does anything, it's
Wait, he's either super right wing or super left wing, bro. You have to pick a fucking spot here. Because those two things are diametrically opposed. What the fuck is this guy on, dude? Bro, this guy's on drugs. There's no way. This guy took like a bunch of fucking painkillers or something and his brain's overdosing.
well, they're trying to rescue the hostages, even if the government is
Has that
saying
anything to do? Are you saying that I believe that because my grandfather was Jewish? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that it's a matter of
Is that what
identity.
you're saying?
for you.
How is this identity politics?
I didn't.
Assessing a
identity
conflict
politics.
in the
One
Middle
group
East
can get away
based
with
on the
murder.
evidence.
Because one group can get away with murder in your book and the other group cannot. Because in your
So
book,
if I support Ukrainians,
do anything.
if I support Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians, that's identity politics?
no.
Okay, so why is this conflict
fuck
different?
happened to that guy?
What is your evidence that this has anything to do with identity for me
Because-
and not to do with the facts as
He
I
died so
perceive them?
quickly,
I may
didn't
be
do
wrong
anything.
about the
Couldn't do
facts.
anything.
That's very possible. But what is your evidence that it's based on identity and not my incorrect opinions based on the things that I'm reading?
Because what we're seeing in Palestine is not a war like in Russia and in Ukraine. It's a genocide where a military is trying to get rid of the
No,
population.
it was a terrorist group that attacked Israel, and Israel is retaliating and attempting
It's a
to
genocide where the
Yeah.
government's been trying to get rid of a population for 80 years, and now they finally have
No,
the
but
breach.
what does this have to do with identity politics and me?
It has to do with it because you look at the way that you discuss this, and it's very clear. It's just
What's
one
clear?
group. One group can get away with what they want. They can kill to rescue their hostages. They can kill hundreds of civilians to rescue their hostages, and they can kill tens of thousands of civilians on their attempt to.
But how is that identity politics?
Yes. Because one identity can do it and one identity cannot. That's why.
So if I support Ukrainians in a way that I don't support Russians, that's also identity politics?
No, because that's a war. That's not a genocide. It's not the bunch of people.
I
that are
see
out
this
there
as a war
to the entire
too.
population. Exactly, because you want to keep seeing it as a war because it's all about continuing with your bias, which is that everything Israel does is defense. Everything Israel does is understandable. Everything Palestinians
Even
do.
if that
is
was so, that doesn't explain the identity point of view. I'm very curious about this, Safety, and this is very interesting.
Yeah, see, he threw out a buzzword because this guy is actually, in actuality, not that smart. Clearly. So he threw out a buzzword, and he fucking knows he can't. Like, there's no justifying what he said there. Like, there's no way. Identity politics? What? Are you retarded?
Tell me more about how this is identity
Well,
politics.
I'm glad you're curious about it because think about it. It is going to make a lot more sense when you start thinking about it.
Okay, so how is this identity politics?
It's identity politics. I was just explained to you why.
No, you didn't.
Explain.
One
Explain
group is
again.
carrying out a genocide where they're killing out tens of thousands of civilians, and you think everything that they do is justified,
I was looking at my own cloud.
and nothing that the other group does is
I don't think
justified.
that either. I just told you repeatedly 4 times now, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations, I would have a lot less of a problem with it. I just said that. So
Yep.
it's not that
I want to point that. Right? Like, yeah, I probably think like the Ukrainians have more of a say in terms of like where they're trying to genocide us than the Palestinians do. Just off of what's happening right on the ground. 100%. What was I gonna say? Because I read that and I had a point and now I lost it. What was I saying? I'm gonna go back 10 seconds.
Is
I don't
justified.
think that either. I just told you repeatedly 4 times now, if Hamas had attacked Israeli military installations, I would have a lot less of a problem with it. I just said
That's yeah. Like when it first kicked off, right? When we first watched the videos, like when it just literally when it was just happening, October 7th, exactly when it was happening. When we saw like the videos and stuff. The first like 10 or so videos that I saw were all military installations, dude. Guess how much sympathy I had? Zero. Because military targets are legitimate targets, alright? You guys are essentially in conflict against each other. If you attack a military installation, no fucking problem with that whatsoever, dude.
said that. So it's not that I think one side is always right and the other side is always wrong. It's that my assessment of what I see based on first principles thinking is that one side is doing one thing and the other side is doing something completely different. I'm not happy about the fact that there's a conflict, but I don't think this has anything to do, in my thinking, for me, anything to do with identity. And yet you bring that up, and that's what makes me very curious. And I'm really still not entirely sure what you meant by that. I'd like you to clarify it. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'd tell you, think about what we talked about today. Think about the fact that Israel's destroyed every single piece of critical infrastructure in Gaza, every single water pump, every single electricity plant, every single university.
What they just said about all military targets, agree and disagree on that. For Jewish civilian of age, that's something like 2 years of military service. I'm sure they can be called up when needed. All the Jewish civilians are military, but Hamas did take tourists as well, which doesn't help their stance. I don't know if I agree with that, dude. That's like a very broad stroke. Like, oh well, you were a military once for 2 years. I don't know. I don't really think I can agree with that offhand.
Every school, every hospital, and most of these buildings, they didn't destroy them. Well, not most, but a lot of these buildings, they didn't destroy.
I want to point out as well, you weren't here at the time, but this guy started off with saying like, "Oh, Hamas didn't kill anyone. There were no rapes, no." Like what? What the no, sorry, he didn't say it didn't kill anyone. He said there were 0 rapes that Hamas committed. Like, okay, dude. Yeah, that's totally believable.
Destroy them with aerial bombardment. They had already occupied the territory. They go in, they put in bombs, and they bring and they destroy them because
Yes,
there's a lot.
most buildings are booby-trapped by Hamas, yeah.
No, after they go into the building and they conquer it, and there's no Hamas there, then they booby
No,
trap
they're
it.
booby. Do you know what booby traps are? This
No.
is what Russia does in Ukraine. They go into hospitals and blow them up because Ukrainians leave booby traps sometimes. This is what happens in war.
No,
How is this anything to do with identity?
I'm trying to get to it. The point is this: to go back to the point of genocide, we have a systematic attempt to destroy every single thing that makes Gaza livable. They've destroyed the sewage. They've destroyed all of the infrastructure. They've destroyed all the hospitals, all the water treatment plants, all the power plants. And they didn't destroy them. Okay, well, some of them they claimed, well, we destroyed this because there were Hamas there. But for the majority of them, it was destruction for the sake of destruction. Why? Because they want to make Gaza unlivable. They've salted the earth. They've destroyed the farming capability. Gaza is not going to be inhabitable for another, God knows how many years. And that is the plan. That is something that has been actively done by
Let's
the
accept that everything you said is true.
Exactly.
How is me assessing what's happening in this particular conflict based on the facts and information and my beliefs and my understanding of history, etc.? How is that anything to do with identity? Unless you're suggesting that my identity means that I have a particular view of this conflict.
Yeah, your identity gives you a bias towards this conflict, and that makes you...
What is the identity element that gives me a bias?
I don't know what your identity is. I didn't even know.
Really?
Whoa.
Now, this
Bias
setting
in
is
this.
fascinating.
This is people versus other people.
Which
and
aspect
young
of my
people-
identity gives me a bias about this conflict? Please tell me.
Doesn't matter. The point is your bias.
Yes,
no,
it does
it does
matter.
matter.
It very much does when you assert it. So Jesus Christ, this guy is a fucking moron, dude. Oh, he's so disingenuous. I hate people. I really do. Like, as a rule of thumb.
You are suggesting, you said yourself that because I have made a name for challenging the stupidity of identity politics, that's where I'm a hypocrite on this issue. And
no.
I'm saying to you, can you please explain to
die.
me, as you've said, my identity makes me biased, which aspect of my identity makes me biased on this issue?
The aspect that makes you look at the destruction of...
He's so hard in trying not to say Jew, right? And Constantine is like, yo, just say it. Well, no, you want to say it, bro. Because that's the only thing you could mean. Oh, well, you're a Jew.
You must first prove yourself.
Fucking disgusting people, dude.
the homes on lives.
So
of
what aspect is
2.5
that? Which
million
part of
people.
my identity makes me biased?
I don't care. I look at the output.
I
don't even
care.
know-
No.
He's not letting. I'm super happy he's not letting him off on this because this is disgusting. This is exactly how you can tell these people are not compatible with our values and morals.
You said it, and I'm gonna make sure I get out of you what you meant. So, which aspect of my identity makes me biased about this issue?
The aspect that makes you look at Palestinians suffering
Which
in the
aspect
West
does
Bank
that say?
and not care
Which
about
aspect
them,
does that
and
come
not
up?
see that it doesn't matter.
Listen,
Fucking
I hope you
disgusting
just say it because it'll be a lot
piece of
easier. Because I'm gonna keep asking you.
Yeah, what is it?
Which
what
aspect
is
of
it
my
referring
is it the fact that I'm Russian?
I don't know. I don't even know
Is
where
it
you
the
were
fact
from.
that I was raised
Oh,
in
you
Britain?
fucking know, dude.
Probably. I
Is
mean,
it the
it's
fact that
you're-
my dad was half Greek? Is that what it is? Which aspect of my identity,
the
safety? Come
fact
on.
that looks at Israel as being the good
So
guy. and the
where's
fact
that related to my identity?
It's
How
related to
do you
identity.
draw a
I'll tell you
line
why.
from my
I'll tell you
wrong
why.
opinions about this conflict and my identity?
I'll tell you why. Here's why. I'm Palestinian, so I definitely have an identity issue with this politics, with this conflict. But I am able to, having seen the absurdity of identity politics for many years, and having seen this incredibly destructive idea that my team is always right because we are good and other team is always bad because they are bad, I'm able to step back and say
Very well
it's wrong for anybody to
It
target
doesn't
a
sound
civilian,
like,
and it's
dude, we've been watching this guy for an hour. Did he do that for a single second? Answer is no, by the way. He didn't do that not for a second.
wrong when these guys do it and it's wrong when the other team
Well,
does.
you don't think Hamas targeted civilians, so that's a separate issue, but carry on.
No, I did say they did target civilians when they took them hostages, and I don't think that is acceptable. I said that at the beginning.
You did say that, yeah.
Yeah. You, on the other hand, are unable to see this equivalency, and the reason for that is just identity bias. It's just, this is what
Which
a giant
identity?
in the West.
Which identity?
I don't know and I don't care. It's just,
I
I don't,
don't know.
You can't say it's
Yeah.
identity bias
What the
and
fuck,
then
bro?
say I don't know.
You tell me, what is it about you that makes you think that killing 2.5 million people, kicking them out of their homes, and the finance minister saying we need to kick those people out and we need to destroy them, in your mind is not an issue, but Hamas's attack on
I
October
never
7th
said
is
it's
an
not an
issue?
issue. I never said it's not
Why
an
is it
issue.
that Hamas's attack on October 7th justifies the Israeli response, and which you think is not genocidal,
Because any country in the world would want to
whereas
kill the people
Israel's
who did
attacks
October
on
7th.
Palestinians, whereas Israel's attacks on Palestinians are never justification for Palestinians targeting civilians.
So what I can tell you since you
See the
asked,
difference here?
so I can tell you since you asked that clearly I think it's fair to say you and I disagree about this conflict and we see it differently. And I've attempted over the course of the last hour and 8 minutes to explain to you why I view it as I view it, why I believe what I believe. None of that has anything to do with my identity, in my opinion. I am not predisposed towards Israel or Palestine because of my identity. I am looking at this issue as much as any human being can from a perspective of first principles, my understanding of history, the reading I've done about this subject, the people I've spoken to about this, etc., both pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel. We have had Norman Finkelstein on our show. We've had Bassem Youssef on
Wait,
our
I'm
show.
doing
I'm very
Shield.
happy to have had this conversation with you, although
it's
it started to get a little bit boring towards the end. However, none of this has anything to do with identity politics. And yet you seem adamant that this somehow is something to do with my identity. And that's the bit that makes me very
I'm
curious.
not
Abe.
saying it's necessarily about your identity.
You did say
saying-
that.
Yeah.
No,
You
no, I'm
did
saying
say
it's about
that. Yeah, you
identity.
did. You can go back
Maybe
and
it is.
watch it.
Maybe
You
it's
said
your
that.
identity, but the point is, it's something about the identities of the people that are in the conflict. That some people
I don't
can't
give
do
a
right,
shit about the
and some
identities of the
wrong.
people in the conflict.
I think you do. I think it's very obvious that you do. Some people are justified in killing civilians to free their hostages, and other people are not justified in killing civilians to free their hostages. Some people can say, hey, we want to kill 2 million people to kick them out of their homes, and you'll say, well, that's not genocidal, but Hamas is genocidal. They want to get rid of this because 30 years ago in
Okay,
their
safety.
the
Listen, I'm glad you raised that point at the end because now everybody can see why this conversation has gone the way it's gone from the beginning. Because you seem to think that some aspect of my identity means that I think the way I think. And that's a very prejudicial way of looking at it. It's sad that you think this, but it is what it is. From my perspective, I'm someone who's against identity politics. I try to judge all the issues on the merits as much as I can. Now, I'm, of course, not perfect, and I sometimes am not able to see things objectively. None of us are. But I really do my very best not to allow my identity to influence things. You clearly don't agree with me and don't believe me. That's absolutely fine. But I think that's a very ignorant and prejudicial way of looking at it, and it's a pity that that's how you think about it.
Well, I just leave you to think more about it and think about the things that I said about what Israel's doing to the population of Palestine, and think about
That
what
has nothing to do
happened.
with my identity.
No, it does. It does. It does. Maybe not necessarily your identity, but the identity of the people involved in the conflict. So I'd urge you to think about what would you be saying if the shoe was on the other foot? If it was Hamas out there saying we need to get rid of the population of Israel and kill as many of them as possible.
Well, I'm sure Hamas are dead against killing the population of Israel. They're big peace lovers, Hamas.
So then, why don't you treat the Israelis when they say those things seriously? Whereas with Hamas, because their charter that they had 30 years ago, which they've gotten rid of, that used to say those things, and you're still holding on to it. But if you actually listen to what they're
How
saying,
am I have I said anything about their charter? Safety?
You just said they
no.
want to be murdering. They want to be.
I know. I said that they're very peaceful people who want nothing but
Yeah, obviously you meant it sarcastically.
peacefully in hand in hand with the Israelis, as we all know. All right. Well, listen, it's been it's been interesting. Let's wrap up here because I've got stuff to
All
do.
right.
We budgeted an hour.
All right, cheers. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Bye. Bye.
That was unhinged, bro. This guy is like a danger to our society. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. So disingenuous. That was kind of crazy. I can't. I have a hard time understanding how people can think this way. It's so backward. Let's see, do we have some more interesting stuff that we can put on while I grind my ass off? I don't know, dudes. I enjoy watching this shit, bro. It's like a good look into just how stupid some people can be. The downside is I start hating people as a rule of thumb, you know? I like this stuff. Get tricked. Yeah, fuck your fame. It's all about my fame in this channel, alright? Like, the irony of that guy using identity politics. Like, again, he was projecting the whole fucking way through, dude. Like, bitch, you're the one using identity politics. Hamas didn't rape anybody. Are you fucking retarded? Of course they did, right? Like, every fucking army in every fucking conflict in the history of mankind has raped. That doesn't make it right, by the way. I feel like I have to point that out these days. Oh. I have a good idea. This one's funny. Okay, I'll contrast the mind-numbing ridiculousness we just saw. Yeah, 100% I agree with you. So let's contrast the mind-numbing nonsense we just saw with some fun stuff, alright? The Super Mayor! Let's go. You know about this, right, Shadows? Plaza, you won't know about this. Let me go over it real quick. But it's fucking funny, dude. So there's this mayor in Dalton, which is like some hick town in America. And she is essentially like a mob boss. The way she ran, like she fucking. They had a no wait, what was it? I think they had a 6 million surplus when she came into office. They now have a 3 million deficit. So that's a $9 million swing in like 5 years. Something stupid. She replaced the police chief with a stooge. Like, shit goes nuts, alright? Shit goes wild. This story is wild as fuck. And it's hilarious. And some YouTubers, including this guy, Nate the Lawyer, and like a couple others, brought light to this thing happening, right? From I don't even know how they got to it, but I guess they watched the local news report. Yeah, Tiffany A. Henyard, that crazy bitch. And they brought light to it, and now the FBI is on her ass. Lori Lightfoot, of all fucking people, which is like a terrible fucking person, but a terrible mayor, I should put it that way. But she took it on herself, and she was the perfect person for that too, because she's black and she's a woman. So, because one of the criticisms that this Tiffany A. Henyard chick uses is like, oh, y'all are. I don't even know. I want to say it correctly, but I'm gonna have to paraphrase because I don't know the exact sentence. But it's like, oh, you all are attacking a black woman who's in power, blah blah blah. Like you know the fucking type, all right? This shit is hilarious as fuck, dude, and everything is coming crashing down because the feds are on her now. You know?
Loyal viewers of this channel, my name is Sean, and today we got to talk about another update to the Super Mayor story. One that I was definitely not expecting, but I'm absolutely not surprised about. What we're talking about today is the fact that acting police chief, puppet of the Super Mayor, Louis Lacey.
Let me pause real quick. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of spells.
He has just been indicted on bankruptcy fraud, and while this might sound familiar because
It goes really crazy, dude. Yeah, and she like, there's like actually there was a drive-by shooting supposedly that she ordered, right? It's like, bro.
Keith Freeman, the other top ally of the
And
Superman.
she uses like actual mob tactics, like you know how like people in the hood, quote unquote. I don't mean the hood like the black hood, but back in the day, right? How people would love the mobsters because the mobsters would come in and give them food and shit and like basically buy them off. She does the exact same thing.
Mayor, who has since flipped on her, was indicted. That was also due to bankruptcy fraud. But this, just like the previous one, I believe is a mechanism in order to get Louis Lacey to flip on the super mayor so we can find out where the money is. And by the way, this might just be the beginning for this individual because we found out some very sketchy things about his office through the Lightfoot report that may have also played a role in securing this indictment. But before we get into that, I want to thank everyone who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Starting off with breaking news here at 6, the acting police chief of Dalton now facing federal charges. A grand jury indicted him on bankruptcy fraud charges today.
He's a close ally of Dalton's embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard and the second of her top aides to face a federal indictment.
So just as the local news said, and like I told you in the open, this is the second ally of the super mayor who has been indicted for bankruptcy fraud. And if you'll remember, Keith Freeman said that he didn't work for the village of Dalton, he only worked for the Thornton Township.
But this indictment on one count of bankruptcy fraud says Freeman falsely stated he only worked for the township and made just over $99,000 last year. Prosecutors say he tried to hide his Dalton earnings via a pass-through company, which brought his income to $195,000 last year.
Which essentially halved his income during his bankruptcy case, and he also had a bunch of different sketchy shell corporations where he appeared to be hiding money, and all of this eventually led to, I believe, him flipping on the super mayor because she decided that she was going to fire him suddenly.
Keith Freeman is fired from the village of Dalton.
But then, seemingly out of nowhere, if you're not paying attention, the Dalton trustees decided that they were going to protect him. However, Louis Lacey is actually an even more ridiculous case because what we find out through the course of this indictment is that Louis Lacey has filed for bankruptcy, not completed bankruptcy, but filed for bankruptcy a total of 7 times in his lifetime. Now, the reason why you would do something like this is because when you file for bankruptcy, that stalls all debt collection, stalls all legal cases against you of a civil nature, and this is a man who has a lot of corruption in his background, a lot of lawsuits against him, and a lot of judgments against him, which is particularly impressive for a police officer when you consider qualified immunity as a civil immunity doctrine, not criminal immunity, which is something a lot of people get wrong, that this guy actually lost cases in civil court as a police officer due to his excessive force.
He currently has 3 active lawsuits against him. All 3 of them allege violations of the Constitution for the acts he is committing. Let me share some of his past actions with you so you can get a picture of the man he is. Let's start with his petty incidents. One of his
This guy as well? Oh, can we find a video of that guy? I forgot what the fuck his name was. Tommy G, there the one. Let's watch the Tommy G documentary first, because he explains everything.
Sir, can you explain to us a little bit?
You guys step over there on public property.
The goons?
That's the police chief.
Come out. Tommy G, they call me.
So, in case you don't know anything about this, perfect. This is, I honestly, I urge you to watch this fully, because this is fucking fantastic, bro. It'll make your day better. Well, sort of, but...
Milwaukee representative. Hello, folks, I'm Tommy G. Today we're looking into the most corrupt mayor in America, allegedly. The mayor, is she a hero or a villain?
No.
Shit!
We're in a town with potentially one of the most corrupt mayors in America. We're still looking, but this is just for videotaping. Look how many police they brought out here. Are you gonna get in your vehicle? I'll get in mine, you get in yours?
Let none escape.
One day while scrolling through TikTok, I was assaulted by a barrage of videos covering Dolton,
Please
Illinois
don't stand
Mayor
in the
Tiffany
fire,
Henry.
guys.
She refers to herself as the super mayor as well as the most powerful woman in Chicago's South Side. But does she use her power for good? People on the internet and in her own community have been calling her the most corrupt mayor in America. And here are some of the things she's been accused of. Stripping business licenses away from people that don't contribute to her
stand in the fire, me.
Pay-for-play kickbacks and bribes, taking lavish first-class trips on the taxpayer dime, making the city pay for her own personal ice skating rink, using the taxpayer money as a marketing budget for self-promotion for things like 122 billboards with her face on it, and using tens of thousands of taxpayer money dollars per month to hire a PR firm that's designed to clean up her image. And I'll give her this, her image is tough to clean up. Here's some more reasons why. She double dips as both the mayor of Dolton and the Village of Thornton Township supervisor, and she's made it so that if she's not re-elected as supervisor, the incoming person would receive a 90% pay cut. She's racked up credit card debt like she's trying to set a record, and she tells the residents things like better have my money and compares herself to Martin Luther King. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's alleged that she rolls around like a crime boss. Some people claim that she's even gone as far as having the cars of people that oppose her shot up to intimidate them. She rolls around in a convoy of extensive private security, of course on the taxpayer dollar, and it's said that she has the police force in her pocket partly due to the outrageous amounts of overtime she allows her officers to be paid. Again, on the taxpayer dollar. I hope you're noticing the theme here. Unfortunately for Tiffany and her police chief lapdog, Officer Lewis Lacey, I have in my possession receipts, disciplinary forms, documents, and insider information that we will be diving into in great detail today. Folks, this channel does not stand for bullies, and by the end of my expose, I'm sure you'll draw the conclusion that Tiffany, Officer Lacey, and their cronies are not only bullies of the worst kind, but an absolute disgrace to the title of public servant. The FBI is currently investigating her, so I hope she gets to see this video, but I'm not sure what the Wi-Fi situation is in Cook County Jail. Let's begin the episode.
First day out and back to work like shit ain't nothing happening. Was gone 190 some days, but shit I'm back in next. Pull on this block and put my gloves on just like Michael Jackson.
Hopefully, folks, if you're watching this right now, you have the privilege of living in a democracy. And if you live in a democracy, that means that you've elected people that should represent you and have your best interest at heart. Right now in the United States, we have a crisis with our politicians. There's an awful lot of people that are abusing their positions of power to enrich themselves and to you, the citizen. You can look at the national level where we have people like Tommy Tuberville, Nancy Pelosi, U.S. senators and congresspeople that, while being full-time politicians, are also somehow the best stock traders we've ever seen. They're outperforming Wall Street. Today, folks, we look at it at a local level. We're looking at the most corrupt mayor in America. And I have to say allegedly, because this mayor, Tiffany Henry, she likes using the legal system. People that don't agree with her or speak out against her. She has a lot of cases that have been filed.
Y'all should be ashamed of y'all stuff. Y'all black, and y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman.
I want to.
That was the thing I was trying to remember what you said. That was exactly perfect. Bro, this bitch crazy. This story is nuts.
So I'm gonna say this is all alleged. This is all my opinion, and we'll let the FBI, who's also in town right now, determine the facts of the case. We're speaking to a lot of people, angry, upset, and ready to speak out against this mayor for all the egregious things she's allegedly done. So, folks, let's pull up, let's hit the streets, and let's dive into this story.
Couldn't think, couldn't even eat, couldn't even sleep without it. They locked my dog up for an M and I don't wanna speak.
Mayor Tiff, hero or villain?
Where do I head in this fucking
don't be
quest?
doing nothing for us. She tried to make a big show, a big act, but she's not doing stuff that really needs to be done.
We heard that the FBI is in town looking into her.
They are.
What is she allegedly guilty of, do you think?
Stealing that money. Because you know her family work with her. Most likely she's stealing money and giving it to her family and using it for herself instead of giving it to the people that actually need it. And she be having her names all on the trucks and stuff. Like, it be everywhere.
Bills obtained by Fox 32 under open records laws shows Thornton Township paid more than $10,000 for the vinyl signs themselves.
If you could speak with her directly, anything you would say to Tiffany?
Do better.
Did you know the mayor, Tiffany? Yeah. Hero or villain? Villain!
Literally, bro.
We're meeting trustees, people that are public servants.
Literal
gangster. Speak out against her. Let's see who we have gathered. So Mayor Tiffany, hero or villain?
From what I know, villain. Her security guards is getting like 300 hours on their checks and stuff.
The officers are paid every 2 weeks, which without overtime is 80 hours. But when they're put on Henyard's detail, that 80 hours balloons to well over 100 hours, sometimes 200 hours. And in the case of Officer Terry Young last May, 303 hours worked over a 2-week period. That resulted in a single paycheck of more than $13,000.
How does a person put in a 2-week pay period, 303 hours? That's impossible.
How are you securing somebody in your sleep? How are you getting 300 hours so you know that you're pulling money from somewhere? I don't know where. You're not pulling out of money. Do something.
I'm rocking some new attire, okay? Rip mainstream media. They've tried attacking me, this channel, because we stand for truth and actually talking to people. So if you want to join the resistance, join the movement, link is in the description. And I'm actually going to FaceTime 3 people that buy it in the next 48 hours. I'm picking 3 of you to FaceTime, talk to you, connect to you. So join the movement, link in the description. What do you expect of a mayor when you elect them? What kind of behavior do you expect?
Leadership, inclusiveness.
What is a trustee?
The governing bodies. We maintain the finances, amend, and make laws for the community.
Now, if she does indeed go to prison for this, will you be putting any money on her commissary?
No. Using the police as her scapegoat to intimidate, retaliate. People speak against her. They're giving people tickets. It's just a lot of stuff.
The police are in her pocket?
Yes.
Are they on her payroll or what?
Police are payroll.
Do you think she's a hero or a villain?
A villain. She is spending all the Village of Dalton tax dollars and Thornton Township, which is part of the Village of Dalton.
This is Valeria Stubbs, a vocal critic of the mayor who believes her home was shot up at the request of the mayor, stemming from a bitter feud they had last summer. Asked if she believed that Henyard was behind the shooting, Stubbs did not hesitate. Absolutely, she told the New York Post.
We have some of the highest taxes, property taxes in the Southland, and because we have a food desert out here, lack of businesses, we need all the tax dollars that we can get. She created Greenwood Falls ice skating rink that is never open, that does not generate any revenue whatsoever.
It's your mayor, Tiffany A. here, the people's mayor. We're finally in the second phase of Greenwood Falls. And remember, we do this.
She is super cringe as well, bro. Like, holy fuck.
You residents, because we kick. You come
I saw a video where she was in the ice rink having a party.
Only when she's having something is the ice skating rink open.
So she basically has a personal ice rink that she's funded through taxpayer dollars and gets to use for her own parties.
Yes. When she went to a board meeting and dressed as Nino Brown, said that the residents, Blink, better have her money.
What's being referred to right now is the town hall meeting when Mayor Tiffany walked in dressed as Nino Brown from the movie New Jack City, with the Rihanna song playing in the background, Better Have My Money, as a message to her residents.
Every single resident.
Oh, I guess nothing.
Pay me what you owe me.
What she fails to realize is that that is not her money, that is the taxpayer money. But this is much bigger than Mayor Tiffany. This is a larger trend around the country of public servants and institutions showing that they have no regard where our money goes or how they piss it away. For example, the Department of Defense has failed their audit the last 10 years in a row and are unable to account for up to $3.1 trillion worth of assets. They are accountable to us. We fund them. So my question to them is, where is our money? And they need to answer that.
There's 2 sides of it. There's the township and the village, and she kind of double dips. She's the mayor of the...
She's the mayor of the village.
She's the mayor of the village, and she's also a supervisor
for the Thornton Township.
And combined, her income from this job is...
I say over $300,000 a year because she get perks too.
But she would make it that if the next person that gets elected would get $25,000.
Right.
So that's a kind of way to ice out the competition.
She was appointed to that position, not elected. If she was elected to that position, that salary would go down, and I believe it was approximately $50,000.
The FBI is in town. Do you think Tiffany knows she's cooked, or do you think she thinks she's innocent, or what do you think?
I really don't think that she thinks she's going to jail. I'm also a former Cook County Sheriff for the Department of Corrections, and I suggest that she go and take a tour of that facility so she can see what's in store for her.
That's, folks, you don't need to be a corrupt mayor to need a lawyer. Is
love
it
that
fair
lady.
to say that Mayor Tiffany probably needs a good lawyer?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Everyone needs a lawyer. Everyone should have a lawyer in their back pocket. I have lawyers in my circle, and they're very helpful. Here's why. Life can happen. One day you can be walking down the street and you get hit by a car. You get attacked by a dog. In situations like these, you need a lawyer.
You can check out Morgan & Morgan Morgan. They are the nation's largest personal injury firm. One of their victories in the last couple months was winning a Philadelphia client $26 million. Do you want a pipsqueak lawyer that gets the smallest amount possible from the insurance company? Or do you want a big dog that walks in there, puffs his chest out and says, give my client his damn money? I know which one I would go with. It takes seconds to start your claim and your injury could be worth millions. Their link is in my pinned comments. Mayor Tiffany, hero or villain?
Villain.
How is Tiffany doing with taxpayer money?
I don't have enough information, and that kind of goes to the root of the problem. There isn't much transparency. There isn't much back and forth as far as, you know, hey, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, things of that nature. But then it also goes into different things like types of accommodations and things, and I know a lot of people have heard things about that as far as like, you know,
you don't need to be in the Bellagio
exactly.
penthouse.
If you're going to get the stipend, then you use it for your meals, you use it for your transportation, things like that. You don't go then and put everything on, say, the township credit card.
They say if you want to find the truth, the best way to do it is
$40,000 on Amazon in a day.
Township credit card statements through a Freedom of Information Act request and got to digging. When we looked through these, we noticed that Tiffany herself does not have a credit card. However, another one of her lapdogs, Thornton Township and Village of Dalton Administrator Keith Freeman, has made some awfully sus purchases in the last year. Take, for example, a round-trip flight from Chicago to DC. Despite an economy ticket running about $200, Tiffany and Keith booked flights on the Thornton taxpayer dollar for $1,265 each. That's first class, folks. Another set of transactions is the Bliss Beauty, a local hair salon. $565 on January 16th, $1,225 on February 3rd, and $1,735 on February 19th of 2023. Now, my question for Keith and his purchase of $5,400 on beauty supplies is, are these wigs for you? And if that case, Slay Queen, or are you secretly buying wigs for Mayor Tiffany and running up the taxpayer dollar for her? Next, let's talk dining. Mayor Tiffany and her comrades love spending money on extravagant meals, like $427.
Okay, I have to ask. Shadows, you still here? I'm guessing that's a no. Oh, yeah, no, there you go. Okay. I have to ask. What is up with black women and wigs? Do they, like, all wear one? This comes up a lot, bro. Like... What? I don't understand that. Like, that feels like a cultural thing over there. Like, they all wear one, it feels like. Because that does not happen over here, alright? As far as I know. I know this is like totally irrelevant, but they're talking about wigs, and now I kind of want to know, because I'm like, honestly, that does not happen here, as far as I know. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wear a wig. In real life, right? Over here. Right? That's like kind of... That must be like an American thing, dude. And I don't want to like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a touchy subject, because it's like, it seems to be exclusively black women.
Only to perish here.
It's just weird.
I'll honor you.
$7 at Theo Steak and Seafood and $426 at Hamada, Japan are just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, in the first two billing period in 2023, Keith Freeman spent $5,900 towards meals on the Thornton Township card. Which begs the question, folks, is this illegal or merely unethical? Because to me, a public servant should not be balling out on the taxpayer dime. The question of legality is not for me to decide. I'll let the FBI handle that one. Let's just say Tiffany watches this video, and you could say a message directly to her. What would you want to say?
Just resign. Just leave. Let me do my job.
If you're gonna be a public servant, you better act like it or get the hell out. I'll see you in jail.
I would like for you to repent for the sins that you have done, or go to jail.
We've gone through all this where there's no
Or go to
transparency,
jail.
seeing where money's been misspent. Unfortunately,
How about both?
It's beyond something I think that could be
Repent for your
repaired
sin,
and fixed
sinner.
at this time.
We'll give you a couple of years in jail to think about it.
Talk to a business owner, Dr. Scott.
Scott that has been screwed by the mayor. Let's see what she has to say. Next, we meet Dr. Scott, who recently bought a strip mall in Dalton. She's trying to bring much-needed services to the community, like a free food bank that functions like a grocery shop. But she's struggling against Mayor Tiffany's attempts to drown her out. Everyone I asked about Dr. Scott says she's like a saint and can't believe this is happening to her. Let's meet her and hear her story. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We're a nonprofit organization. We acquired this entire strip mall to bring additional programs and services to not just Dalton, but the Southland of Cook County. The shelves aren't full now, but by tomorrow we will have all the shelves full, and the numbers indicate how much of each item they can have. This area here, when we purchased the property, the idea was to open up, a thrift store, to give people access to quality items. We have not been able to do that.
How long has this been sitting vacant for?
July.
And you still have to pay property taxes.
Yes.
You still have to pay rent. You still have to pay overhead, insurance,
I still have mortgage. I still have insurance. I do partner with other organizations that give me volunteers, but I do have a small team that we have to pay payroll because we still function. We still try to serve the community by having the grocery store available.
If this isn't able to be funded, whose pocket does it come out of right now?
Mine?
Cities can have layers of bureaucracy that keep you from running your business and making money. And the longer that they keep this vacant, the longer that you have to foot the bill, and the longer that they cost their own people. This in particular makes me mad, because when you see someone actually willing to take a risk like she is, and they're preventing her from doing it, it's not a good thing.
All of this space is to expand the grocery store. Right now, it's just being used as storage. Now, this room here is when we're able to do a pop-up fundraiser. We have things that have been donated to us that we sell to the community. All the clothes and things you see are $1, shoes are $2.
Wow.
I received a letter from the village telling me that I needed to have these 6 things in order for them to even begin to think about giving me permits. And that package was architectural drawings, which I've already submitted to the village, but they want to have a state certification stamp on those drawings. And just a number of different things that they were asking for, as though I were building a building. I'm trying to do simple renovations to get us back up and running.
Flooring,
and
paint, lights.
they're requiring us to do a number of things that someone who is building a structure would need to do. For the type of work I'm trying to do, it doesn't require everything that they were listing. They wanted to come in and do a occupancy inspection. I didn't request the occupancy inspection, and so I said, no, you cannot do it.
Because what they were trying to do is come in and write you up for everything.
Absolutely, to shut me down. When we were closed down for 2 weeks because we had flooded, there was a mother who drove up with 3 kids in the car asking if we were open because she didn't know how she was going to feed her kids. That is what matters to me.
If you could say a direct message to Tiffany, what would you say right now?
It's really unfortunate that you sit in a seat of, yes, power. In my eyes, you did not do the right thing. I have no idea why you chose to stop something that could benefit the community that you love. You grew here. Everybody else flew here. But I said to you when I met with you to see my heart and know that I want to help the community.
One way we fight corruption is with our vote, another way is with our dollar. I'm going to donate $500 of my own money to this cause to keep this food pantry open and running so that the city can't squash her out of business, so she can help the people. I started the Rally Around Dr. Scott GoFundMe. I put $500 of my own dollars in. Let's flood this lady with money. Let's see what we can do as a YouTube community. And this is also a way to stand against Mayor Tiffany. Link is in my description. Let's blow her up. Thank you, guys. Let's blow it up. Let's fund this, and let's give a big, giant you to the Mayor Tiffany. If you try to approach her township, her fortress, what happens?
The police gonna come and
I'm up for the challenge. Let's head over to her township and see if we can speak to her or people that might know more about the story.
good luck to you.
Yeah, good luck on that.
If you need bond money, just call me.
Hello there. as you can tell, some of the city officials don't want to talk about what's been going on, but
let's talk about the motorcade that Tiffany uses to roll around town like she's some sort of crime boss. We did some digging and we found the receipt from the car dealership that Tiffany leased these Tahoes from. On just one of these Tahoes, with a retail price of $93,000, Tiffany overpaid by nearly $56,000. I don't know if she's the worst negotiator on the planet or if there's something fishy going on here, but this is a shining example of how Tiffany has failed the hardworking taxpayers of Dalton. It's purchases like this that has led the town to be millions of dollars in the deficit.
we're probably not going to be able to talk to many of these people because they know that they're guilty, allegedly, but let's go into the township and see what we can find. I love bringing justice to a city. Is Mayor Tiffany, would you say, a hero or villain?
Hero, of course.
Why is that?
Everything she's promised is done. To get the garbage picked up properly. There are a lot of improvements.
Bro, we get the garbage picked up properly? That's your fucking takeaway? Holy shit. You know a mayor is bad when that's the fucking compliment you give them. Well, the garbage guys come on time. Oh, great. Yeah, thanks. Where the fuck did those guys go?
Thanks for the save, but we're still stuck in the middle of the entire Mended army. Look out there.
Nice. She has an amusement park for the kids on Greenwood Avenue.
Now we're fat.
You're an employee of the city.
I'm a citizen. I've lived here for almost 32 years.
So we talked to some people who are really upset about some of her spending. She's buying $150,000 vehicles, the fact that she's bought an ice rink basically for herself. The naysayers are saying some really damning things about her. What do you think about that?
There's this drumbeat to try to remove her. I don't know if it's because of her youth or what it is.
So would you say financially she's spending the taxpayer money appropriately?
I think so.
Why do you think the FBI is in town right now?
There's a lot of hubbub and a lot of stuff going around, people talking, and me personally, as a citizen of the city, I haven't seen anything overt.
We just talked to business owners across the street in that strip mall that are not getting permitted and licensed to open up things that will help the community. A lot of these people are saying because they don't donate directly to her campaign, you get stripped of your business license or you're not granted a business license.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. If there's such a thing going on, yes, sure. I'm hearing a lot of allegations, but I have not seen anything concrete.
Well, sir. Good. How you guys doing? Oh, good. We're just doing a story. We've heard controversy about the mayor, and we're here to see if she's a hero or a villain. What is your take, sir?
No, I don't have a take. I'm saying, what are you here for? You're just taking.
We're running a video right now.
But you got to get permission to do that.
In a public area, sir?
Yes.
I don't believe so. This is a public area, huh? Which means you get to film in public. There she is, right there. Oh, is this a public area?
Yeah, but you have to get permission to take pictures of people here. You cannot be in here.
Wait, isn't this a public area though?
Yeah, with the cameras. Come on out.
Wait, this is a public area.
Come on out, gentlemen.
The police chief showed up real quick.
This is a public area, sir.
Please step out.
I don't think this is illegal. Sir? That's a police officer saying that. Sir, can you explain to us a little bit?
I will not.
The man you see here is Deputy Chief Lacey. While you might look at him and think he's a Walmart version of Detroit Urban Survival, he actually is a man with a disciplinary report thicker than the Bible.
No, because Detroit Urban Survival is really funny. Like, that guy is just a crook.
He currently has 3 active lawsuits against him. All 3 of them allege violations of the Constitution for the acts he is committing. Let me share some of his past actions with you so you can get a picture of the man he is. Let's start with his petty incidents. One of his reports details him threatening the water company over a $300 bill he didn't want to pay. He's also known for trying not to pay tolls when he drives through them. But things get more serious. Many residents have banded together to note his excessive use of force and his use of the taser. In a 2012 incident, he was sued for 4th Amendment constitutional violations due to excessive force. Lacey lost this case and the judge ordered payment of $12,000 for the incident. In the summer of 2021, 19-year-old Alexis Wilson was shot 7 times and killed by Dalton police. Her mom emailed us twice, pleading with us to expose Officer Lacey. Activists Carlos West and Rabbi Michael McLennan protested this killing 7 days later, exercising their constitutional right to free speech. However, their rights were violated by Officer Lacey once again when he ordered their arrest without due cause. They filed a lawsuit and on March 4th, both of these men were awarded $50,000 in settlements. This is one of Mayor Tiffany's lead lapdogs that she uses to control the town through his goonish actions. Another case he was involved in resulted in the largest settlement in Cook County history, $33.5 million.
You guys step over there on public property.
This is not public property.
Okay.
Where is the public
Sir,
property?
have a good day.
Can you not answer my question, sir?
Do you have ID? In Illinois, you have to have ID. Do you have ID? May I see it, please?
What is the thing you suspect us of doing?
In a minute, I'm asking you.
This is a public taxpayer area that we're now being
Step over here, sir.
hassled.
Step over here.
The goons have come out. Okay. Oh, this is quite a response for people doing the story.
Keep walking, sir.
How many police vehicles are coming for this?
What exactly are you guys trying to accomplish out here?
The mayor. Is she a hero or a villain?
No.
This is part of the convoy too, guys. The taxpayer sponsored Tahoe's right there. At $150K for a vehicle. Oh wow. That's
Run me
more
over.
guys on the scene.
When you're ready.
I can tell you, sir, I'm not riding dirty in the slightest, so there's nothing you'll probably do.
Sir, can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you have your guys sit in the car, please?
What? No.
You sure?
If you want us to do something off camera, and I'm surrounded by 6 people, I'm not going to about to do that.
Step back real quick.
Can you please tell me why you refuse to say what the public area is that you want me to go to? Tommy G, they call me. Milwaukee representative. In Milwaukee, you can literally steal a car and rob a bank and not this many cops show up. So once I come up clean, then what?
Who else got ID? Coming back. State of Illinois, you're supposed to have ID.
Go get your ID.
For what?
Hey, go get your ID. Unlock the car so you can get his ID.
It's not a request.
Oh, it's not a request.
Not at all.
You know you're liable, right? In Illinois.
For what?
Get it right. I know who you are. Got your information. Get it right.
That sounds like a threat.
Coming back. Valid.
Hey, dude, nice job. You're valid, dude. Good for you.
I'm legal, so.
Okay, gentlemen, have a good day.
Are you gonna get in your vehicle? I'll get in mine, you get in yours?
Go to your car. Have a good day.
What the f is going on?
That's some Gestapo shit, bro. That's nuts.
That's intimidation. This is why the trustees
America.
did not want us to come here.
What? Dude.
Is this something that someone that's innocent would be doing? Look, business. Shut down. Shut down. And shut down. Mayor Tiffany, when you go to jail, there will be many people applauding it.
I think there's like 20 police officers or something like that in Dalton.
Holy shit! That's wow! Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's Deputy Chief Lacey. He's the biggest jerk of all.
Officer Lacey, you want to handle this like a real man? I will pay you a week's salary. Any gym in Illinois or Wisconsin, I'll meet you there. Handle it like men.
Please.
If I lose, I give it to you.
That's some
If
YouTube
I win,
shit right here.
Donate to charity. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna keep your little butt in the office. You're not gonna take up a real challenge. I don't with bullies. You try messing with the water bill company when they're trying to collect their bill from you. You try messing with the toll people. You have a long history, longer than a Harry Potter book, of you messing with the citizens of your city. Come here like a real man and sort it out, but or you can stay your scared little butt in the office. You
This
pick.
guy has 2 million subscribers.
like
I have
a
no idea what this is, by the way.
All right.
Funny.
I didn't even get to the part where
Is
I
that
tell
not a
you
public area?
that she's had me arrested.
What?
Yes, for picking up her campaign literature off my windshield of my car.
You got cuffed.
Yes, 8 months of them continuing, the court hearing for the case to be dropped by the state's attorney's office for lack of evidence.
Was where we were public area?
Yes.
Inside and outside. We were
100%.
We were escorted out, made it seem like we were doing something illegal, taking our IDs, pressed. They wouldn't tell him that if we didn't give them our ID, they were gonna do something. He had threats to us. You've done the FOIA request. You have all the documents. What kind of stuff have you seen in those documents that catches your attention?
Things that stand out, obviously, are the travel. I mean, it's huge. About 2 trips a month, 3 to 6 days for every trip. I would say 95% of them are unrelated to the township. She went to Portland, Oregon for some conference called the Her Voice, like women empower leading other women to God. Anybody who knows when you're using taxpayer funds, when you start putting religion into it, it's a touchy situation because you govern in the township 190,000 voters. Not all of them believe the same thing you do.
How is she living when she goes on these trips?
It's outside of her own pay scale. That's how she's living. She's not living a $300,000 a year life like she's making. She's living a $1 million life because she's keeping her money and spending ours. You get a $600 per day per diem. You don't turn in receipts for those.
Which is a very
means
generous per diem.
You shouldn't be swiping the credit card for anything, ma'am. Why do I see all of your meals on here? Why do I see your hotels on here?
What kind of hotel does she stay in? Is it fancy?
Yeah, Hyatt, Hilton's, Four Seasons.
Four Seasons?
Oh yeah, you name
She's
it. Just
literally
the
a
best of
mob
everything
boss,
for her.
bro.
Flying first class to Las Vegas. Her
That's
and
nuts.
Keith Freeman. I know the news didn't say that. He put out her $3,700 flight for herself.
She bought a $3,700 flight to Las Vegas?
But Keith Freeman's flight was the same amount. Her and Carmen Carlisle had, $1,600 flight to Atlanta.
Where is she eating? What kind of places is she going to when she eats on the road?
Steakhouses, lobster, anything you could think of that would be high-end dining. For the most part, that's where they're eating. Now, that looked a little different in their little bike ride to Springfield for her non-for-profit. On those trips, they stayed at Hampton Inn. They're bike riding, and they have a full-on DJ being pulled on a trailer behind them. I mean, they're blocking off streets for this.
What else is outrageous that you've seen now that you're privy to the books?
The amount of money she's spending on her PR. That's probably running Thornton Township about $25,000 a month.
So taxpayers, they're not only paying for the front end of all the bad stuff she's spending money on, but they're paying for the PR cleanup on the back end as well.
Absolutely.
What would it take to just remove her from office?
She was recalled. The residents voted to remove her from office.
What was the percentage vote to recall her?
It was about 56%. We were at about 1,900 to remove her and about 1,300 said to leave her.
Her salary is $224,000, but if she doesn't get reelected, the person that takes over will get $25,000, and that's a way to deter people from running against her?
The previous supervisor was in his 9th term. Now you can see the $200,000 salary because he worked for it for 32 years.
Yeah.
She keeps his salary because the law for township municipalities says if you take over his term, you complete the term. Whereas in a regular municipality, like if a mayor passed away and the board appointed somebody, the next municipal election, that mayor would have to run. That seat would be up. But in the township, it doesn't work that way. You finish the entire term. My previous boss had passed away 8 months into his term, so she had a full 3 years to finish. So she gets to keep his pay. What would happen, though, if she ran in 2025 and she won, she would have went to a first-term salary. The pay scale was changed dramatically because she made it that she keeps the salary she has now. Anybody else goes down to 25. There's no more salaries by term. She removed that.
Is there anything positive you can say about that?
I will say she has some ideas that I think are great. The ice rink, it's beautiful. Visually, it looks nice. Had that been done right and had there been a plan in place, a plan for revenue, a plan, for long-term maintenance, a plan on how we were going to bring people out to make sure that the cost was covered at minimum. This could have been good things for the community. Because of the choice to always do things in a me manner, it never feels like it's for the community. All of the qualities that we see now that are like these big beast qualities, those were all there when she was just little Tiffany Henyard that was a trustee here in Dalton. They just magnified with the money and the power.
I got let go from the township. I was the maintenance manager for 20 years. I was getting ready to retire. I went on vacation. When I came back off vacation, I was locked out of my office. Was told that I had to see Keith Freeman for my keys. I sat up at the township 3 days in the lobby, getting paid, waiting for my keys. And on the 4th day, I said, forget it. I just took 2 sick days. Then that Friday, I got a termination letter saying I was terminated.
And so your benefits from retiring, or did you not have access to that?
She didn't mess with that at all.
We got harassed by Officer Lacey. What can you say about him?
He's one of the mayor's lynchmen. He just got appointed at that spot when the other police chief resigned.
Is there anything in the books that reflect that police officers are getting kickbacks from the mayor?
Oh, they're overtime. It averages about 100 hours a pay period for her security. The one he had 303 hours on one bi-weekly pay period.
Most of that at an overtime rate.
Yep.
A $13,000 check.
Absolutely.
And that's a cop or security guard?
It was her security guard.
Folks, this channel does not stand for bullies, so I'm happy to put out this piece about Tiffany and Officer Lacey. I hope that town gets cleaned up soon. And folks, just a reminder to contribute to Dr. Scott's GoFundMe. Let's help her out. And last thing, RIP mainstream media. The independents like me are taking over, and they don't like that. You want to rep the movement? Go to the website. I'll see you guys next week. Peace.
So yeah, crazy story, but apparently this cunt just got indicted.
reports details him threatening the water company over a $300 bill he didn't want to pay. He's also known for trying not to pay tolls when he drives through them. But things get more serious. Many residents have banded together to note his excessive use of force and his use of the taser. In a 2012 incident, he was sued for Fourth Amendment constitutional violations due to excessive force. Lacey lost this case and the judge ordered payment of $12,000 for the incident.
Now that was a different clip than the one that we used from Tommy G's documentary on the Super Mayor. Normally we focus on the fact that the police chief, along with a bunch of different officers, are harassing this individual. They're forcing him out. They're not letting him cover the story because obviously this guy has no respect for the First Amendment. But what I wanted you to take away from that is that one of the lawsuits that this guy actually lost in court, again, with qualified immunity being a thing that exists, is an excessive force claim for his use of a taser, because that's how bad of a cop he actually is. So no surprise, this guy with this sketchy past ultimately ends up being the person that gets appointed as the acting police chief in the village of Dalton, because he's clearly and obviously comfortable with criminality. However, what actually went down in this particular case is far more absurd. Not as violent, obviously, but definitely more absurd.
Ben and Micah, Deputy Chief Louis Lacey indicted on bankruptcy fraud charges. He's accused of concealing his income from creditors, filing misleading statements as they sought to recoup $98,000 in unpaid debts, this all dating back to 2015.
Well, the local news gives us a quick summary, bullet points, if you will, of some of the charges or some of the allegations or some of the allegations.
False allegations and not facts.
Against acting police chief Lacey, but honestly, that is too superficial for me on this channel, and it should be too superficial for you guys out there in the audience. So what I actually have is a copy of the indictment that was leveled against him. And one of the great things about this is that a bunch of these statements are repeated, so we don't even have to go through all 24 pages. We just need to focus on the initial counts, because again, as you go through, most of them just repeat over and over and over again. So this goes all the way back to July 22nd, 2015, where a case was filed against Lacey seeking a judgment in the amount of $88,800. This is referred to as the state case. On or about February 7th, 2017, Lacey entered into a settlement in the case, which he agreed to pay the plaintiff approximately $55,000. This is referred to as the settlement agreement from this point forward. Now, on or about June 19th, 2019, the plaintiff in the state case filed a motion to enforce the settlement agreement, alleging that Lacey was in default and there was a failure to pay about $43,000 of the amount due. The circuit court set the status of the case on August 2nd, 2019 to address the plaintiff's motion to enforce the settlement agreement. Now look, I tried to define the terms so you guys could understand that, but here are the basics. Lacey was sued. He was sued for about $88,000. During the course of that lawsuit, he ended up reaching a settlement agreement with the plaintiff where he agreed to pay $55,000. However, after only paying $12K of that $55K settlement, he stopped making payments, and the plaintiff decided to go back to court to get a judgment against him because he was delinquent, and then we had a case that was to be brought to the court on August 2nd, 2019 to adjudicate this matter.
He's also charged with making false statements and perjury. Lacey is a close ally of Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard, the second one to be indicted on bankruptcy fraud.
Now, it's also very important that it's laid out right here in the court documents that Lacey has a habit in these type of circumstances of filing for bankruptcy. In fact, it says he filed, like I said in the open, 7 bankruptcy cases between 1984 and the date that we're talking about in 2019. And this was what his plan was going to be. It's what his plan always is, because this, of course, stays all these cases, delays them, and stalls creditors from collecting any payments as the bankruptcy is being adjudicated. Now, to be clear, you can only go through bankruptcy once in your life as an individual. As a company, you can do it a bunch of times, or as an owner of a company, you can do it a bunch of times, but you're only supposed to do this once, so eventually these bankruptcy cases fall apart, but the delay is what he is seeking out as a way to mitigate the complaints and mitigate the settlements against him. Now, there's a very detailed explanation in this indictment of the bankruptcy law. You can click the link in the description if you want to read over it for yourself, but I've basically given you all that you need to know as it pertains to this case, so I'd like to move forward. So, what they are alleging is that the defendant herein devised and and intended to devise a scheme to defraud and for the purpose of executing and concealing the scheme and attempting to do so, filed and caused to be filed a petition commencing bankruptcy under Title 11 of the United States Code, filed documents in a bankruptcy case under Title 11 of the United States Code, and made materially false and fraudulent representations concerning and in relation to a proceeding under Title 11 at the time before and after filing the petition. So what is Acting Chief Lacey accused of lying about? Well, it's actually a number of things. So first and foremost, of course, he is materially misrepresenting his income. He said that his net income, which is after all the necessary expenses, is in and around $670.
Like, these people are always so dumb, dude. The one thing you don't lie on. Your taxes. That's how they got fucking Al Capone, bro. You're a lot dumber than Al Capone, let's be honest.
In other places it says it's $603, but you need to understand that these cases go on for years, and that is not unusual for your income to change. However, what the court is alleging is that his net income, net household income, is actually substantially higher. Now, he says his gross income is around $5,300, and just like his net income, that gross income is also being underplayed in the bankruptcy court in more than a few ways. So one of the ways that it's being underplayed is that active police chief Lacey has told the court that he is separated from his wife and she is no longer a contributing member to the household. However, what investigators discovered is that he was not separated from his wife. He is married to her, she is paying bills on the mortgage and all these different other things, and he essentially lied about this with his non-filing partner, that's what that means in this paperwork, in order to conceal his income. This is a big no-no in bankruptcy court. On top of that, he said that he only had 2 Bank of America accounts, period. That's where his money was. That's what they needed to look into. But it turns out that's not even true in terms of the number of accounts that he has at Bank of America. He had a 3rd account at Bank of America, plus additional bank accounts, one at JP Morgan Chase and some at other places, that he was clearly and obviously stashing money away in order to avoid being judged based on the income that he actually had. And by the way, his income is about to get a whole bunch more scrutiny, and this is where the Lightfoot report comes into play. Because if you remember, what we found is that acting police chief Lewis was making a ton of money in overtime.
We thought it also important for you to know that acting chief Lacey has accumulated overtime. It's our understanding that he is not part of the collective bargaining unit and has not been for some time, which under normal circumstances would mean that he is not entitled to overtime. But as you can see here, for FY22, FY23, and FY24, and we're now in fiscal year 2025, through those 4 years, he's accumulated $215,747,000 just in overtime.
Now, it's important for you guys to understand that these cases are old. Again, they're filed in 2019. I don't know if they extend all the way up until now, but this is another potential legal issue from him because according to Lori Lightfoot, this position, this politically appointed position, is not subject to the same collective bargaining agreement, thus is not eligible for overtime in the same way that the officers are eligible for overtime. So Lacey making $200,000+ in this position is also another legal issue, and if he's still in the midst of any kind of bankruptcy situation and he's been concealing this income, this could spell disaster for acting police chief Lacey. Now, I also want to point out that in 2019, Lacey said that he was $171,000 in debt, and that includes the $43,000 owed to the plaintiff as a part of the settlement in that state case. Now, we don't really have a breakdown of this $171,000 in debt. I am hoping, for the sake of logic and reason, that this is mostly mortgage debt, which is actually not that big of a deal. But if this is credit card debt, if this is a crippling financial situation for the acting police chief, this is obviously something that you should be on the lookout for before you appoint him to that position, because this could lead him to be compromised. Again, it just goes to show you the lack of logic and foresight in the super mayor's governing philosophy unless this is actually intentional, because she put a guy in position that owes a bunch of money, that has all these pending cases, that has a sketchy past, allows him to make all this money in overtime that's not legal for him to make anywhere else, because he's not a part of the collective bargaining agreements that are argued out in the state of Illinois. And this obviously is going to compromise his position as an officer, compromise his position as the leader of officers, because he is in desperate need of the income that he's earning in order to cover his debts. Now, as things moved on from 2019 to 2020, the number of $173,000 in debts actually jumped up to over $180,000. And while I was hopeful and optimistic that most of that would be the mortgage, the fact of the matter is it definitely is not the mortgage, because if you look closely in the fine print, this says unsecured debt. So we're talking credit card debt, consumer debt, all sorts of issues where this guy does not have collateral, aka something securing the debt, which means he's incredibly compromised. Again, a guy who owes $200,000+ is installed as the acting police chief under a corrupt mayor. What do you think he's gonna do except for enforce that corruption? Because nobody else would dare put him in this position. Again, this is an absolute disaster for the village of Dalton, a giant red flag, and this might ultimately end up leading to this guy flipping on the super mayor, because I believe you can get 5 years in prison for each of the counts that he's indicted on, and so far he's indicted on 9 counts. Now, Lacey also reported that his wife's address was somewhere else when she was living with him, and they have proof allegedly of him paying his mortgage. So again, it looks like this man is caught, he's dead to rights, but there is a defense that is percolating from his attorney, and I do want to present it to you in the sake of fairness. I also want to say that this is alleged right now. The feds are going after him. This actually is likely a means to an end, so maybe, just maybe, they're trumping up the charges in order to flip this person. But the fact of the matter is, when you're talking about something like a bankruptcy fraud, either he signed the statements under penalty of perjury or he didn't. So to me, he is pretty much dead to rights on this, but it's still alleged. We still don't know what are the details of this. We haven't seen the documents. All we've seen is the indictment. So let's hear from the response from the defense team so you can get an idea of where they're going with this right now in this moment.
That's exactly what the U.S. Attorney does every single time. They start with people that they believe that they can flip. They go down the line. They show up at 6 o'clock in the morning when a person is not lawyered up, when a person is just waking up, and they're telling you, oh, I'm here to talk to you and be nice to you and don't worry about it, and you're not under arrest, and then we're going to leave, and we're not going to arrest you today, but here are some questions that we have for you. So immediately a person puts his foot in the mouth, and from there, the fish is caught.
Is that what they did with Lacey?
To a certain degree, yes.
So right off the top, I just want to say, this does not look good for Acting Chief Lacey as of this moment, because what this guy just said was that the FBI showed up to his house at 6 o'clock in the morning, he wasn't lawyered up, and he put his foot in his mouth. And this is something that happens to a lot of people, and it's honestly pretty sad. But if you look at the indictment on the bankruptcy case, this doesn't have to do with him perjuring himself to the FBI. This is all old stuff, court filings and whatnot. So what he's saying is that his client might have been as much of an idiot as we could have imagined and said something false to the FBI, didn't lawyer up immediately in that situation, and that might lead to additional charges. Now, of course, he's going to go for the perjury trap, he's going to go for it being about the super mayor, and to be perfectly honest, this is quite possibly and largely due to the super mayor, since these are old counts that they decided to adjudicate now. So, yeah. This isn't looking good. When your attorney's talking about you putting your foot in your mouth and messing up, that likely means that he's going to be looking for a deal. So we're probably going to see the acting police chief, Lacey, flip on the super mayor. Now, of course, this guy was actually fired by the village of Dalton just last week. They put him on paid administrative leave. He ended up showing to work. He said that the trustees had no authority over him.
His employment status here in Dalton a bit cloudy right now. Last week, the trustees placed him on paid administrative leave. He told me he was continuing to show up to work after that because they didn't have the power to put him on leave. The village then sent him a termination letter, and I'm told he kept showing up even after his firing.
So then they fired him, and he's still showing up to work. still saying that he's in that position because, again, he's desperate for that income. He's desperate for that overtime that he can't make anywhere else, and he knows once the super mayor's done, he's not going to be able to work as a police officer again until another corrupt Democrat ends up coming into power in some other city in Illinois. But yeah, it looks like this man is cooked, and it looks like the super mayor is running out of allies. She's being backed into a corner. So while she's saying in her Facebook Live that she's outside and anybody can approach her, she knows that her goose is cooked.
Super mayor, remember they said that I'm riding. I'm outside. I'm always outside. I'm always reachable.
Now look, we have talked about time and time again how the walls are closing in on the super mayor. You had the Lightfoot report that dropped its preliminary findings just a couple of days ago. You have the state attorney general's office investigating her foundation, and we talked about the feds coming in, issuing indictments on Keith Freeman, and it appears that that investigation is moving forward. That being said, I have a lot of people out there in my audience that are quite skeptical of the FBI, so I want to know what you guys think about the super mayor, who we know to be corrupt, getting what's coming to her, getting her comeuppance. But if you feel a little salty about it, considering the FBI is using, according to the attorney at least, perjury traps in order to get additional charges. Now, I don't know if that's actually true, but that's what's being alleged by the attorneys. So I just want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. Now, as usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the police chief going down in flames. Till next time.
Half in the back.
So yeah, crazy fucking story. Hilarious though. Like, mob practices in 2024 is kind of crazy. From the mayor, right?
Watch your feet.
Come, the water's fine. Your call. Hope. Spring for life. Let death wash over. I peer into these waters, and my reflection. Effective waters claim me.
Oh my god, dude.
I need to target someone.
Bro, everyone's just running out. Stick together, for crying out loud.
heart of the great serpent will not fall into your hands.
Which way?
Jade serpent, grant me strength!
Which way?
The cycle must continue. The Jade Serpent must be reborn!
Breath incoming.
The haze has been lifted from my eyes. Forgive me for doubting you.
Spread.
Succumb to the darkness inside your soul.
I don't even know where this guy is. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Ah, fucking water goes right through me, I swear to God. Oh.
The terrace was not meant for you. The endless waters will cleanse you from this place. My strength grows. The waters will consume you. None my strength. I will not be controlled. We are endless.
No, the waters. I must resist. I shall not fear. Must be protected. I will cast you out or slay you. Thank you, strength. I have been freed.
I swear it always does this shit.
What are you doing here? Go away! Did I? Was I? It was so cloudy. I have to go now. I have to make the water not cloudy anymore.
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today I want to talk about this situation revolving around the Disney Corporation, because recently it was reported that a wrongful death lawsuit was filed against a Disney-affiliated restaurant where somebody who had severe allergies and supposedly, according to the complaint, warned the staff of severe allergies, was served food that they were in fact allergic to. Now, this, according to the complaint, resulted in a death, and this caused the husband of the person who died to file a complaint against Disney, a lawsuit, seeking $50,000 in damages, lost wages, and funeral expenses. So not a gigantic complaint, and not something we would normally cover on this channel. However, Disney is actually pushing for a dismissal of this particular case, even though, again, it is a small amount of money, because through their research, they found that the husband, who is filing the lawsuit, signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus in 2019, and supposedly, in that free trial agreement, he agreed to settle all disputes with Disney and affiliated entities in arbitration. So we have an absolutely mad case that is being presented to us by the Disney Corporation, and if successful, they will essentially, along with almost every other application on your phone, thing that you opt into, agree to, be immune from lawsuits.
Bro,
now,
that shit is straight out of South Park.
we're going to get into this, but before we
So
do, I want to
nuts.
thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
okay?
Developing tonight, a grieving husband filed a lawsuit against Disney after his wife died at Disney Springs. But Disney wants this case thrown out because the man signed up for the Disney Plus channel years ago.
Now, as soon as I saw this story, as soon as it crossed
Right?
my wire, the very first thing that I thought
I'm
of,
sure you've heard about this story, right? That's so nuts, though. Like that's straight out of fucking Side Park, dude, with the whole Apple thing. So nuts.
was that episode of South Park, the Human Centipede episode, where Kyle found himself in more and more precarious situations due to the fact that he kept agreeing to Apple's terms of service, and they kept getting significantly more absurd.
So, Manny, Disney claims by signing up for that streaming service,
Disney is
his
like straight up
husband
evil,
waived his
bro.
right to sue the company.
Yeah, Disney says that.
Now, while there was a point in that episode about how we're just agreeing to all this stuff, long page after page of legal jargon, the fact of the matter is most people watched that episode and assumed to a certain extent that this was ridiculous and absurd. Obviously, they can put a bunch of legal jargon in their terms of service, but the fact of the matter is people agree to these very quickly, and the idea that they would be legally enforceable on such a grand scale is not really something people believe to be a reality. But Disney is going for it right now, and what I find to be incredibly troubling about Disney going for it is the fact that they're doing so in a case that doesn't even involve a high dollar amount. Again, I said it before, in the
50K.
open, this is a lawsuit filed seeking $50,000 in damages. Now, maybe there's punitive damages on top of that, but it seems like the husband in this scenario just wants the lost wages, he wants some money for consequences, but he also wants funeral expenses covered, and considering what his complaint says and alleges, if proven to be true, this should be the bare minimum for Disney when Disney Springs did not provide the security that they promised in relation to this food.
Yeah, Disney says the terms of Disney Plus say users agree to arbitration in disputes against the company, so the filing should be moved out of the courts. Jeffrey Piccolo filed a lawsuit after his wife died last year from a severe allergic reaction after eating at a restaurant at Disney Springs. The suit says the couple repeatedly warned staff about her allergies. Disney says Piccolo signed up for a 1-month free trial back in 2019, agreeing then to the terms and agreeing again when he bought Epcot tickets last year.
So look,
Happiest
obviously
place on
they're
earth,
trying
my
to use
ass.
the 2019 Disney Plus subscription, but they're also trying to use a purchase of tickets for something called Epcot and the terms of service associated with that as a legal basis in order to get this case dismissed, because supposedly in perpetuity, when you sign up for Disney Plus for a free trial and then you do this other thing, you are agreeing to never have the ability to sue them for any reason or any affiliated entities at all whatsoever till the end of time, in perpetuity. And to me, this is rather absurd, and it should be absurd to the court. They should throw this out, because if you really think about it, you guys opt into these agreements all of the time with every single app that you use, with all these different updates, with Google, with Facebook, with Instagram, with all these various companies, Twitter even, and the idea that you could be wholly immune from lawsuits in perpetuity for a trial membership or for buying tickets to an event is asinine. I mean, again, even if you say that that tickets to events agreement is legitimate, it should only be legitimate for the time period that you're actually present at this event. And this is one of the things that really worries me about this particular case, because let's say the court comes down in the way that they should, which is throwing out Disney's argument as it is laughable and stupid. They could actually do it in such a way that leaves the door open for these types of agreements to be enforced in this manner in the future. This is something that I think is going to be tested over and over and over again in the court system, and Disney is just the first person on this, the first corporation to act in this way, and let me explain why. What the court could actually rule in this scenario is that the agreement is probably enforceable, but the fact of the matter is the trial period expired in 2019, and the ticketing period for the event that was purchased the year before, that also expired. Therefore, that agreement is just subject to that time. However, if you were an active member of Disney Plus, if you held an active subscription, the court might actually argue that this is upholdable in the future if they decide to do a narrowly tailored ruling on this specific case. And this is absolutely troubling in every possible way. It's devastating because essentially you think you're paying for a streaming service, but the Disney Corporation is making sure that you waive your rights to a lawsuit going forward in perpetuity. And by the way, these agreements are everywhere. If you buy movie tickets through an app or through the internet, you have to agree to the terms when you do that. That could waive your rights to sue the movie theater and any affiliated entities, and so on and so on. They're everywhere. And this was specifically at a restaurant. What if they have you sign something or do something like that when you book a reservation online? You could be subject to the same exact arbitration process, separate from your rights to actually sue somebody if they poison one of your relatives, which is what is being alleged in this specific case.
Piccolo's lawyers say it's preposterous the agreement can be extended to wrongful death or personal injury claims, adding it, quote, borders on the surreal.
Now, the attorney in this particular scenario says that this is preposterous, and of course I agree. And again, I just thought of, right now on the spot, another avenue which this could be enforced that's absolutely devastating. What if you're an employee of Disney? What if you work at the company or you work for an affiliated entity and you happen to have, if there's not already an arbitration agreement in your employment contract, a Disney Plus subscription? What if you're subject to racial or gender-based discrimination? What if you are seriously injured or killed at work? Does that mean that you as an employee, despite all of the labor laws that may exist in your state or federally that protect you, or have no ability to sue the Disney Corporation? They are completely immune from your claims. They can opt out of each and every lawsuit, no matter what it is, no matter what their violation, and this could potentially extend to other companies if they're affiliated with Disney, or if they put up a very broad terms of service that you ended up opting into when you agreed for some other completely unrelated service completely unwittingly. That seems to be a rather asinine proposal. That seems to be a rather absurd take, but that is what is being presented to us by the Disney Corporation, a way for them to subvert any legal accountability just by getting you to sign up to watch the Marvel TV shows or the Star Wars TV shows. I know everybody's been raving about their absolute favorite Star Wars show, The Acolyte, but imagine if you, when you're watching The Acolyte, don't have this feeling that you love every single decision that they made from casting to story. You love how it definitely doesn't contradict any of the lore, but it also deprives you of your rights going forward when engaging with the Disney Corporation, no matter what they do. Again, if you could fall off a roller coaster, but your Disney Plus subscription makes you immune or makes them immune from consequences, what incentive do they have to actually not be negligent, to actually take safety protocols? Sure, they might lose some money if accidents become super prevalent at their specific resorts or theme parks or whatever, but this is expanded to protect all of their affiliated brands, probably worldwide, and Disney owns a lot of different things. I mean, if you end up signing up for Disney Plus, and let's say you were defamed by ABC News, something that President Trump is suing over right now, theoretically, if he had a Disney Plus subscription under his name, he would have waived his right to sue George Stephanopoulos for defamation in that particular case. If the court rules that way, then this gives extra immunity to reporters who do fake news. And remember, Disney...
I gotta look into this lawsuit, because I actually have no idea what this one's about.
Plus has something like 150 million subscribers.
An attorney I spoke with says we sign these agreements all the time. The judge will consider the wording and the timing of when it was signed.
So they're talking about how the judge will consider the wording and the timing of when the agreement is signed as a mechanism to decide, and that is also worrisome to me, because you could end up in a situation, like I said earlier, where an active subscription ends up protecting the Disney Corporation from legal ramifications, but maybe an inactive subscription, because this was a trial from 2019, doesn't do that. What we need is for this to be thrown out whole cloth, because you cannot put such broad protections in these agreements in this way for things that are completely unrelated to the service that was being provided. Again, if you subscribed on my website and that gave me the right, because it's in the terms of service, to steal your social security number and sell it on the dark web, that should not be an enforceable contract, even though, again, it is definitely in the terms of service, definitely in the agreement in my website. So thank you again to the members who signed up via actualjusticewarrior.com/join. No, I'm totally kidding about that. I'm just playing. Everybody relax. But the point still needs to be proven that this is not something that is viable. And theoretically, me being able to abuse you guys financially that sign up to support me in a way that you never actually expected, being tucked away in the terms of service, is what is on the line here. This is something that could be protected by the Disney Corporation, and that is a scary thought if they succeed.
They account for circumstances that you hope don't happen, but they do. And at times, and if done in the right way, it can be enforceable. That doesn't mean that all avenues of relief are exhausted.
Piccolo is seeking more than $50,000 in damages, also citing mental pain and suffering, loss of income, and funeral expenses.
So here you have this guy saying that this is potentially enforceable, which is a scary proposition, and then we hear what I told you earlier, where the guy is suing for a little bit over $50,000 in damages, lost wages, and of course funeral expenses, which again is not a crap ton of money, not an insane amount, not an over-the-top amount. So for Disney to try to invoke this in this small scale of a case is a huge problem. It is a huge red flag. They are looking to grasp power to take this opportunity to bring it all the way down the field for a touchdown, and we need to watch out for this. And honestly, we need to put pressure on the Disney Corporation to withdraw this, to back off, and hopefully reach a settlement agreement, because unfortunately, I do believe that there is a less than 0% chance that the courts could end up siding with these multinational corporations, and then we could all end up living under this legal tyranny based on the operating agreements that every single one of the apps that we use in our day-to-day lives actually have. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts.
Fantastic. I gotta go to the bathroom. I think I might play some Borderlands in a bit, because I need a break from this. The grind is rough. Especially since I did like 6 characters. To 70 already. Oh, I'll be back. My phone. Oh. Alright. Borderlands is... I installed it, I might as well play it. It's 130 fucking gigs. Thank you. I gotta run downstairs again in 10 minutes because I have to, I put something in the oven. Air fryer. Yeah. No, yeah. Whew.
What is your purpose?
Huh? Go away. Where we going? The fuck?
We've got to go light that signal fire. Without reinforcements, they'll destroy the gates.
It's really nice that they waited for me, to be honest. Somebody.
The gates are about to fall! Quickly, slaughter these meddlers! escape.
Minutes. To be honest, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with this class.
What do you want?
Alright, I'm just gonna play some Borderlands. Grind more later.
Yo, Vault Hunter. So that road will take you right to the Holy Broadcast Center.
Where were
Watch
we?
out for those so-called twin gods. From what I hear, Tyrene Calypso's the star. The show. Her brother Troy runs the cult's propaganda. P.S. They both suck. Just saying.
Fight for the wrong side? Get dead.
Real good look, Vault Steve!
Oh my god.
Booyah! Damn style! I become chaos!
I gotta remember to equip these things, otherwise I sell them immediately, right? The downside then is, if you equip them and you equip something better, it doesn't sell the shit now. I have to still sell that. Like, what the fuck? Make up your mind.
Whoa! That psycho is sporting a great hat! I want it! Get it for me, recruit! Just go talk to him. He seems reasonable enough.
Greetings, chum. How does the day find you?
Are you one of these COV lunatics or what?
Fear not, friend. I am keeping the voices at bay with this mighty cap atop my head.
Cool, cool. Super cool. So can I have that hat or?
Oh, no. I couldn't possibly part with it. Not right now. You'll have to destroy the mind control transmission dishes first. They're beaming voices into my brain.
You heard the man. Destroy those transmission dishes. I need that hat.
What?
I can feel the mind control releasing its hold.
This unbelievable bastard stole Vaughn's undies. Oh god, no, we have to get that back.
Some bandit did the unthinkable. He stole a pair of my undies.
I don't want to see that.
Those are my trademark Hyperion red bars, damn it! Do you know how hard it is to get your hands on those down here? Go murder him horribly.
Ah! Now I am free! Yes! We're free of those horrible calming voices! I can finally be the skin cupcake! Ah! Wow! Yeah! Ah!
Well, he's dead. Now pick up that hat.
What? That's it?
Shiny! That hat would make me the talk of the town. Those snooty aristocrats couldn't kick me out of their fancy galas anymore.
Oh, fuck's sake. I want to catch a ride. No. Hi. Bye.
Ugh, I hate the Calypso twins so much. They con the bandits of Pandora with promises of death cars and meat storms and blood saunas. Good stuff, right? I mean, even my clan fell for it. Gullible idiots. Now, I've never seen the Calypsos myself, but they must be the most terrifying, bloodthirsty psychopaths Pandora's ever seen. I mean, look, my clan only accepted me as a leader after I killed a guy with just my abs. So imagine what it takes to unite all the clans together. You'd need like a 20-pack. 18 bare mins. I know my clan betrayed me, but if the Calypsos mess with my Sun Smashers, then we have got a blood feud on our hands. Which would be awesome! Oh, been a while since I got a good old-fashioned blood feud going. 4-0, baby!
He is kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. When do I... Is that... Do I have to fucking end the story first? This sucks. I never finished this game. It's hanging on a thing somewhere, right? And you just hit it.
Hey, I bet there's something in there we could use. Check it out.
Oh no, that's a different quest.
Who the junk are you? Can't get me in here, full speed! You'll have to get under that thing somehow. Let me smell ya. Welcome to the kill zone. Ha! Having some trouble?
Nope.
The dying of the light. Coming at ya! That umbrella would come in handy when it rains on Pandora, never. I can't believe it.
Those guys are really high level. I just noticed. Fuck. Okay. Kill me, yes. And then I can kill this one to get back up. Oh, I can't hijack this one? Fuck. Mistakes were made. Only from this side, I guess. Huh. Oh my god, these guys are destroying me. Rude. So. My car's gone. Wonderful. And we're walking. Oh, I should go look up fucking shift codes, right? Wow. Is that still a thing? There's no shift codes. A cheat code? What the fuck, bro? Why would I want cheat codes? No, no, no. Shift codes for the golden key thing? Is that still a thing? I don't know. No, no, I don't want cheat codes. Yeah. See, that's what I need to look up so I get more, so I can get a proper.
Gag dogs. You don't know what's in them, but you know you want them. At least that used to be true. Now people want real skag meat and fancy toppings. There's some cacti fruits that'll appease the masses. Gives a spicy tang to my dogs and covers the aftertaste. Harvest some of those succulent.
Let me go grab the food that I was making.
Right, you're gonna need a special gun.
Air fryer turns itself off, right? So I didn't need to
I call it
be
a
specific
big
on
suck.
time.
Well, cause it harvests succulents. Whatever, I'm a chef, not a...
Sorry, I have to pause. I don't want to die. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, you need me to wait too? Sorry. Or not wait too. Startle, scare, whatever.
Namer of things. I used to be culinary royalty. Then one of my rivals spread a rumor that my skag dogs were full of dead skin and toenails. And yeah, while it's technically true, you never reveal a chef's secret recipe under the penalty of death. Anyway, my culinary empire crumbled, and I changed my name. For now.
I wish the minimap would zoom out a little bit when you're going at speed.
What a spread! I can't decide! You've got to choose for me, recruit! But beware! You hold my very aesthetic in your hands! Now, complete me! I think I'm picking up some radio broadcasts on this thing. Now when people tell me to go port myself, I can say I already did. And now I've got shade wherever I go.
That's probably the one.
Shiny cap for a shiny clap. Hot damn, I look fancy. Can't go wrong with classic style. I look fantastic. Jealous? I bet you are. It's like a tiny metal mohawk. Punk rock. Woo! Ooh.
How do I swap? How do I use the second special? I've got two.
Peep that.
No fucking clue. Whatever.
Guns for every occasion.
Can you move? I need to go forward. I'm sorry. You're super adorable, but watch out.
Your business is all
Don't buy guns. We'll find something. Okay, what do we got? Gold following, skag dog. How do I see what's closest? Can I not see multiple on the map? Just the one? What the fuck? Why would I not be able to swap through my quests here? There's no way this is... You can't do it! Holy fuck, that's really retarded. You could do that in fucking 2! I swear to god you could have multiple quests on your shit. In Borderlands 2. That's nuts! Yeah, that's really dumb design. And I have to zoom out every single fucking time? Because it doesn't keep my zoom? That one first in. Kill the holy dump truck. Shoot him in the ass as the fuck. Alright, game. Is the holy dump truck not actually a dump truck? I'm confused. Could have been worse.
Guess they couldn't hack it.
I am the face, and you're the mule! Screw you, mule!
like that when they're shooting me, they take damage.
I'll take it.
Shred these heretics! What I was saying!
It's kinda handy.
Come on, pisshead! Show me what you got!
Kicking it up a notch.
Why is it not doing anything? Shoot him!
Heretic!
Oh my god, it doesn't do anything against bosses? See, this is where I want... Oh, finally, look, it's done. Join the party! Can I use his corpse?
VH, don't forget to look all over the place for what you need. Up, down, all around, but in this case, up.
Yeah, no shit. Like that's a grab icon. Oh.
Look, I'll just spell it out for you. If you shoot that water pipe up there, it'll make a puddle. Then hit the switch on that generator. That should open the door.
Yeah. And why was the... Yeah, weird. Never...
Hold down! Look at that! That's called a red chest in bandit speak. Probably because of blood or something. Bandits are happier about blood than a tick on a skag's ass. Anyways, you're always more likely to find good stuff in them red chests. They're usually hidden pretty good though, so you'll have to really search them out. But it's worth it. Thanks for taking care of that dump truck situation, sweet thing. Oh, and this is for adding insult to injury. Shooting dump truck in the old derriere like that.
Okay. Interesting. The big suck. I don't even want to know.
Just feeding the birds.
Hey, that's the big suck! Grab it and get sucking! Now, go harvest some succulent cacti fruit. Those bad boys taste so goddamn delicious my customers won't care what they're eating, which is how I prefer it. And don't you dare judge me. If serving people toenail clippings and dead skin is wrong, I don't want to be right.
That's nasty. That's just nasty.
Now about the big suck. Its secondary function is what we call in the biz splash damage. You know, like ground slams and grenades. Anyway, that means it'll knock those succulents right off. Try it.
I'm not gonna have enough grenades to grab these things? How am I supposed to do that? Unless I pick something up? What? That's the one. I can't even equip it. The fuck? I can't even take it because if I... Oh my god. How do I turn that off? Now what? Yeah, picks up 2 more. Lucky.
You did good, Cub.
Ooh, there's always an alpha. Suck it up for me. code that they must die. Gotta be the bandit chef Mincemeat. Go kill him! Oh, it's all coming together. Soon I'll make my spatula-wielding rival pay for what he's done. But first, we'll make my new rival Mincemeat pay. Listen, a chef's life is half revenge killings. It's a thing.
Mincemeat, truffle munch, and butt munch. The fuck are these names, bro? I want that one. I need that one. Help the ammo situation.
All right, watch out for mincemeat skags, truffle munch and butt munch. They will munch anything, including you.
Another reload! And boom goes the dynamite. Anybody counting?
Grab the meat. For the skag dogs, still seems weird.
Hmm.
Nicely done! Few more skags and I'll be able to advertise my skag dogs have 50% meat! Drop the ingredients off and you get paid.
Serving up fresh, hot death.
Not sure what that was. Fuck.
We're slightly on fire.
This is turning out to be a real bummer.
Murderized!
Fuckers killed my car.
That'll teach that arrogant spatula-wielding bastard. As soon as people taste my new and improved skag dogs, I'll be at the top of the culinary establishment once again. And you'll get free skag dogs for life. Hope you're hungry.
No thanks.
thanks to you, Vault Hunter.
Wait, I lost count.
Don't run from me, heretic!
Fresh targets over here.
Same place. Or at least map change. Same area, I guess. I don't know. I want to say it now.
Time to check out our sleigh of the day!
You mind?
You can do sing.
Give me a second. Okay. Weird. Okay. Why exactly is this your favorite? My fucking sound just stopped. That's bitter.
You've got enemies, and I've got ammo. Have some money. Now, why not spend it? No questions asked. You know where to find
off the old blood hand. Started wearing that during Blood Feud number 2. No, it was 3. That's right. Because number 2 was the time I declared war against a mountain. Guess which one's still standing, bro? Death to mountains!
Need some cover! Anyways, grab a nice bastard!
There was no equip. What the fuck? Oh, because of the level requirement, probably.
Anyone snagging that picture, but I can't blame them. Those are my trusty Hyperion Red Bar X2000s with Quicksilver Fly and no-rise banding. Oh, best underwear in the universe, bro. It's the only good thing Hyperion ever gave me.
I understood like 3 of those words.
Just between you and me, they're the source of all my power. Taken. Man, we've come a long way since bandit selfies. You know, back when I started my first bandit clan, if you want an image of yourself, you gotta bloody up your face real good and then smash it on a rock. What do those Calypso twins think they are anyway, gods? You know, someone called my pecs divine once. That's pretty much the same thing. Going in for the job!
Opening up a finely aged cask of whoop-ass. Let's get it over with.
Use every part of me.
Another one down. Yeah.
All right, now feed those wanted posters into the scanner. Wow, I'm really walking you through this, aren't I? Well, how'd they turn out?
Nice bod, bro.
Oh, come
Wrong body.
on, I
Button.
know. Now, let's swap out some of those crappy
Wrong
old
button.
COV statues for some of my perfection, as you so rightly put it. So long, COV! And hello, glorious Golden Vaughn! Oh man, look at me now. Got my own statue, just joined up with the #1 clan on the planet. Go Crimson Raiders! I love this day! Love that smashing sound! When the Calypsos see my golden visage, they're gonna be pissed! You know, someday, maybe I'll give the whole bandit war chief thing another go, but for now, I'm really good rolling with you and smashing the COV into dust. Anyway, thanks for your help, and come see me when you have a chance.
Cub's empty. Guess it's up to me. And boom goes the dynamite. Freaking multi-kill, yeah!
Time to check out our slay of the day.
Welcome to the Holy Broadcast Center. Our daily live stream will be starting shortly with a special guest. Give your offerings now so you can join our elite Iridium tier chat for behind-the-scenes murder and mayhem. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Let loose your bloodlust roar for our God Queen, the First Sister, Tyreen Calypso!
What up, my bandit orphans? God Queen Tyreen coming at you live from the HBC. We're streaming, you're screaming, and we're all preparing to get into the Great Vault. Got some new converts today, and guess what? They brought us the Sacred Vault map. If that doesn't earn them a special place in the family, I don't know what does. But first, I want to get real for a sec. You've all accepted me, even though I wasn't born a bandit. My first words weren't blood feud or ribcage spelunker. But now we're all family, and family is forever. We'll start the ceremony after a few quick shoutouts. Stay bloodthirsty.
Gap Razor 55, my lovely. Me and Troy got the shirts you sent. We'll send a pic of us wearing them on the show just as soon as we get the torsos out.
How do I swap zoom levels? Oh, it's based on the shot mode? That sucks. Oh my god, I don't want... It's a 5-bullet burst fire, what the fuck's up with that thing? Dude. Alrighty then.
This is my moment!
wonder if those things are based on where I'm at, or if I wait now, if they kind of say more.
Special shout out to 177, who's now the record holder
Christian
for
answered.
Pandora's long distance tested on jump rope. Oh, 6 miles. Damn, that's half a mile longer than the previous record holder. Who will now be executed for their killing. The Skaglow clan has made the top 5 offerings for the past 3 months. We could wrap the moon of Elvis in the flayed skins they sent us. That's a lot of skin. Be sure to follow lowercase x, capital X, Bulldozer, capital X, lowercase x, delivering reanimated reenactments of all your favorite Let's Plays twice weekly. If you have spare corpses or a background in puppetry, shoot an echo her way.
Hmm.
Now a shout out to Pocket Rocket Boy, who sacrificed 7 Crimson Raider scalps to the offering box. Oh, just getting word now that Pocket Rocket Boy blew off his balls with a... Well, live and learn, I guess. Big thanks to Hardboard 2, who sent us his own thumb! At least we're assuming it's his, because the letter he wrote was completely illegible.
I'm gonna stand here for a while. I wanna see. I wanna hear them.
Gap Razor 55, my lovely! Me and Troy got the shirts you
We heard
sent.
this one
We'll
before.
send a pic of us wearing them on the show, just as soon as we get the torsos out.
Oh. I was hoping for something hidden.
Props to Crud Guzzler. You had the guts to tattoo my name directly onto your eyeballs, and I'm guessing
fuck?
Suck on this, you bloated crap thing! Right here, right now! Teach. Ow! Brief candle.
In glory I fall!
Let him burn. No need to waste ammo.
I die that the family
Oh, should have checked that out. That was better. I saw white. I just picked it up. You know.
I'm tougher than you, soldier! I died for dear Rain. Only
Stay
Let
down.
me warm you up a little.
come here and give me your ear. Filthy friggin' ear. Right here. Get down!
I forgot to look at that.
Kablooey! Kaboom! Rat-a-tat-tat!
Tango spotted.
You role playing a Tink?
The vulture waits!
Still don't know what the fuck that is. I don't think it's been explained. Hello.
Time we have some action! Voice doesn't kill you! Makes
What's wrong with? Oh, what? Not this time? I guess. I figured set that off first. Oh, yo.
Wasted and paid.
even real? Can I subsist?
That's kinda rude. Guess they just count as loot bags or loot statues. Give me. Okay. Something tells me there's a boss fight coming. I got this sneaking suspicion. Let me sell real quick.
Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy. You will be back.
Let's try that one out. I think I hate most of the they're too much, too elaborate sometimes. Sonic Doom. Easy there, Guile.
I see you.
Big ass target downrange.
Yeah, that's with my fire face.
You're out of your league, baby.
Ooh. Thank you.
Vault map in my sights. Anybody counting?
The game is. Yo, winner, what's up? Which one? I didn't suggest that. I said that existed. Let's see what this guy. No.
Yoink.
Ball save!
Did you come all this way for that busted-ass map, or are you just here to see me? Didn't know you were such a super fan. Oh, you missed the show? Oh, right. Bet you're all like, what's up with those husks? Well, it's a thing I do. Check out the screens. So I offered the Sun Smashers a place in our family, but they just wanted guns and cash. They betrayed the family. Oh, then Troy said something great.
Gods don't negotiate.
Gods don't negotiate! I love it! Love it! Like I said, that map is super busted, so go ahead and take it. I'll swing by later to pick it up. You're my most loyal follower, Vault Thief. You just don't know it yet.
I knew you'd find the map killer. Bring it back, and don't let it out of your sight. I lost it once. I won't lose it again.
You still haven't got it. I have it. They should have let you play it. Play like a little tune on it or something. It's a head in a jar. Probably not the weirdest thing you've seen today.
Hey, Vaughn. I'm looking at a head in a jar. You know this person?
Ah, no way! That's my Deputy War Chief Vic! She's my best bronette! Grab that head. They must have been interrogating her in VR. You know, we used that same tech back in Hyperion when we caught a corporate spy. Or when someone's broccoli salad got stolen from the break room and I didn't have time to make more. Anyway, Vic's trapped in a virtual torture chamber. You gotta go in and get her out.
You want me to go into the head?
There should be a VR console by the gate to the HPC. Just hook her head up and your Echo device will digistruct you right into the VR construct. I'd go in there myself, but VR stuff totally squicks me out. No one's gonna take my body apart molecule by molecule without a fight. I'm an analog man! I gotta say, I'm surprised the COV are using VR tech, but, you know, then again, it's pretty cheap these days. I mean, people make entire worlds in there, just live in them. It's weird, though, you know? Most people just revisit worlds that were made, like, 7 years ago.
I don't get that reference. Where do I plug the head in though? I'm gonna do that, so then I'm gonna take a break. An hour or so.
I become chaos!
I still gotta figure out how to use the secondary ability, dude. No idea. There's a claptrap icon here. What's that? Oh, hello? What's that all about?
Someone hung up that claptrap and repurposed it as a loudspeaker. Barbaric! We are not loudspeakers! Ooh, 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 ooh! He had a Supermax Deluxe 3D surround sound system! My friend's gonna throw the bumpingest parties! And now everyone's gonna show up!
Okay, weird. Is that new? I don't think I've ever seen that before. I mean, I've seen dead claptraps before, but not actually like that.
Vic's plugged in? Awesome. Now get in that digital torture room and save her, bro! You're in the simulation, bro. Vic's somewhere in there. You gotta find her and break her out. Take her to the exit console inside the construct. That'll rebuild her body in the meat space. I need my best brunette in one meaty piece. Oh, BT dubs. When they uploaded her, it probably fragmented her recent memories. You're gonna have to try to find them so you can remind her who she is when she wakes up.
Memory fragment 1. What up, me? Our idiot-in-chief Vaughn finally made one good decision and made me the new deputy war chief of the Sun Smashers. He took a slap in time replacing Deputy Head Cheese after he belly flopped into a frickin' acid pit. Man, that dude knew how to party. Vaughn's alright, I guess, but he's no head cheese.
Another one down.
Shot that bitch in the ass.
That's my favorite sound. Come here and give me your ear.
Press a string down.
Junkie.
Seriously?
Many will
I'm not alone.
I like it.
Memory fragment 2. Yo, me, check this out. We found this crazy alien thing in the desert today. Brought it back to camp thinking we could sell it to the children of the vault. Those idiots are always buying crazy alien stuff like that. We're gonna be slapping rich.
Bruh.
Die for the Calypsos!
Reflect damage is pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie.
Coming at ya!
Memory Fragment 3. Get this, me. So I showed Vaughn the crazy alien thing and he got super weird. Told me to hide it. Ugh! The whole clan could eat Varkid caviar for months if we sold it to the COV. Now I look like the asshole because I have to tell the clan we're not selling it. Slap an idiot in chief. He doesn't know what's good for the clan.
More levels.
Memory Fragment 4. It's go time, me. This mouthpiece idiot wants that alien thing, and Vaughn won't sell it. We must be the last clan on Pandora that hasn't joined up with the COV. The Sun Smashers need new leadership. You know who I'm talking about, me. It's me.
Did you get all the memories? I can't wait to hear them myself. You know, Vic and I are tight. Always so supportive. Go get my best brunette out of that simulation.
Iron Bear, to me!
Should use that more.
Iron Cub's got claws! Wait, I lost count.
Feel our power. That's it.
Hey, Vic, I'm here to get you out.
No! Can't leave. He'll twist my arms off again. It hurts so bad. But then they grow back. I don't understand. It's happened like 50 times already.
Hands off my captive!
You're gonna regret coming here.
Now bring it on!
Speaking of claim here. For you! Hold up! Should've chopped more! So many things I never built.
You killed him, but is happening? I don't slap and understand!
Oh yeah, I'm a digital projection inside your own severed head. Don't worry about it.
This is slapping weird. I'm freaking out! You gotta get me out of here!
Right now what? RPG. Interesting gun.
What a slapping nightmare. Thanks for getting me out of there.
Vic! You're alive!
I mean, technically.
He's talking to me! Hey, Vaughn. Look, I'm a slapping idiot. The COV are messed up. We tried joining them and all they did was murder and torture us. In that order.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to be pretty brutal with you right now, Vic. I'm gonna need you to give me 100 apology push-ups. When you're done, come join me. We got a new clan now. Go Crimson Raiders.
Crimson Raiders? Yeah, I can dig it.
As long as you're doing the push-ups.
Oh, hey. You saved my slapping life. Here. I nabbed this crazy gun while we were in that never-ending digital hell prison. You can have it. It's all yours.
Well, this is awkward.
Oh, come on. I mean, I always wanted more me time, right? This is perfect. I get to hang with my favorite person.
I mean, are you me or am I you?
Whoa.
Mind blown, right? And I'm like 80% mind right now.
Do I need to, like, feed you or whatever?
I think whatever this stuff I'm floating in is keeping me going. I don't even have a digestive system anymore. But I do have taste buds. How about you just drip some gravy in here for me?
You're living the dream!
Maybe getting connected to a torture device for a simulated eternity of unspeakable horrors wasn't such a bad deal after all.
Yeah, high five!
Dude, not cool.
Oh, right. Sorry.
What the fuck, bro? Fucking random. Meh. It's all garbage. Against rescue here. It's a rat. That means. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a break for like an hour. Oh. How long have we been live already? Fucking 5.5 hours. Jesus. Okay. Hour break. Come back at like 8, maybe 9. Depends. I'll see you guys in a little while. Thank you so much for hanging out. See you in a little bit. Bye bye.